Oh man, pretty excited to get going, everybody. I've been letting the Satisfactory run here. Boom, right here. One of the cool things, everybody, is when you're at the very beginning of the game, when you go ahead and put your stuff going and then you just let it run. I actually forgot to let it run after last time. So today, around 8 o'clock, a couple hours ago, I went ahead and started letting it run. It's been running for a couple hours. And I came back like every 45 minutes and put fuel in there. So we'll have a bunch of backlog of resources. Something I highly suggest that you kind of do the game in stages. So you do, this would be like stage 1, where you get all of your various different resources going, like your plates, your rods, your wire, your cable, your other stuff, your concrete. There we go. And then, of course, your reinforced iron plates are the one that's going along this big bolt right there. Get all of that going, and then simply just walk away from the game. Just let it run. And then come back, set a little timer on your phone or on your watch for 45 minutes. Come back, boop, 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 put your stuff back in there, and then walk away. Come back 45 minutes again, because then you don't have to wait that whole period of it kind of collecting the resource. Now, I have played it many times before where I will go in and play it as I'm going through and as it's generating. But this is a great way of doing this. Just kind of let it run, and now you got a lot of resources where you can help you go into the next stages. Which is what we're going to do right now. But first, let's say hello to all you guys in the chat and get started. Who do we got? Look at that. You guys already put ones in there. I'm going to give you 2,000 caps for already putting the ones in there before I even said it. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. I'm getting so predictable, I guess. Rotisserie G, thanks for coming in, showing that love. Appreciate that. Also got Paul in there. Thank you so much for that one there, Paul. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Always good to see you. Dio in the chat. What up, AMZ? Hope you're doing good today. Pretty excited. God, I love this game, everybody. It's like one of my favorite games of all time. It is so exceptionally good. And it's even better because it has so many new things added to the game. Now, we started a new playthrough just in case we're going to get it going. Brian coming in says, I love it when you all play this game. I love playing this game, so I'm glad that you love it when I play it, because I'm going to play it a whole bunch. We're going to play it today and tomorrow. Tonight, and of course, tomorrow during the day after we do a little one last wave of fun as well. We got so much stuff lined up for the whole rest of the month, everybody, and actually a couple months ahead. We got a bunch of stuff all lined up, a whole bunch of fun. So stick around for that, and let's just dive right into it, because I'm pretty excited to show you what's going on right over here. Let's go. Now, I start again from scratch, everybody, and I showed you basically how to get an incredibly great start. Now, currently, I'm right over here on the map. Now, I started over here, kind of where your landing zone is, and then I immediately ran down and over to one of my favorite spots, or is my favorite spot in the game, because it has a massive amount of nodes over here. These nodes are awesome. By the way, they did add the feature that if you say you scan for something, say you scan for iron nodes, like that. Oh, turn the sound on. And when it finds iron nodes, if you go on your map, it actually shows you on the map where they are, which I think is totally cool. I really feel like the map should zoom in further. I don't know. That's just me, too. But you can zoom way out, but you can only zoom in by 8 times. I don't know. I feel like it should be bigger. But you can see I've claimed these, and there's even another one over here I haven't even claimed yet. On this other part over here, so we're going to have to get to that eventually when we go and get it. But it's so cool that it shows it on the map when you go ahead and send that out. Now, as you can see right here, everybody, I've got everything perfectly flowing in. We've got plates and rods going in that first one, and they're kind of mixed together. Then we have wire, we have cable, we have concrete, and, of course, reinforced iron plates. Now, if we did this right, everybody, we can let it run for long periods of time. Another thing that it's doing also is making fuel, so I can make this stuff run even longer over here. So if I go over here and look in this container, boom! Oh, wow, I got so much stuff on me, I don't even know what to do with it. Hold on. We got to go find a place to set some of this stuff down right over here. Let's offload some of this little stuff here. These ones and that. There we go. And so what we can do is refuel our stuff here, and as I take this out, you'll see it start to fill back up again, because what it will do is take the remainder of what's in this box, which you can still see it's got a bunch in there, and produce more fuel. Now, this is biofuel. This means that you got to kind of manually... Ooh, that's getting close, too. It's the 17th. And this is like every 50 minutes, by the way, but I do it every 45 minutes so that, you know, it keeps running and I don't forget. And so all I'm doing is just double clicking here. I can sort it and combine it all back together. I'm just double clicking so it stacks it in here in all of my biofuel. There we go. Now they're all evenly stacked pretty much, and that will run for another 50 minutes, 50. And so I can just let that run, AFK again, and I'd be good. But the whole point of letting it run for a few hours after you get all of this set up and your kind of initial setup when you get to 120 belts and stuff like that, is so that when you come back, you can just look in here and there's tons of stuff in there. You're like, Kismet, there's nothing in there. Well, let me go ahead and put some in there. There we go. Over here on this one, I've been collecting a bunch more because I didn't bother to route it over here. But you can see I've got some there. But also, you can see I've got one up on top. And that one on top is also full. How do I know that one's full? Because the bottom one is starting to fill. Otherwise, the bottom one would be empty and it'd still be leading into the top one. So I'm going to go ahead and take a bunch of that out of there. And you'll see it start to feed that stuff up to the top part. Like that. And then, of course, I can just take all these plates. Oh, wrong one. Take all these plates and consolidate them back down into my plate thing. Now, I could also route it in there if I wanted to. But that works just as good. Same thing over here. Got plenty of... gonna let me highlight it. My highlighter is a little funky today. There we go. And that'll let me go in and, of course, take a bunch of this out. Now, do I need this many? Probably not right this second. I could probably downscale those back in there again, and they'll feed up into the top one and then start to fill the bottom one. And I do like to have a lot of each resource as well. You can see here we've got a bunch. Probably only need one stack of that. And then over here you can see, ooh, that's getting filled up. We can take the small stack out, put a full stack in, and then that will stop. It'll actually stop it and start to back chain all the way to the original production and then stop that production. See how the wire down there is starting to backlog across the belt? And that's going to go all the way back, and then it won't use that power. And so that's what you want to do at some point, get it to where it's filled that stuff up. Now, you're going to have more than enough wire in there, so I'll probably just let that stop so I could use that power for something else. And plus, it'll burn through my power slower if it's using less power. So that's also a good thing. Now, you also notice over here that I'm not doing any screws. That's because I'm making so many of these that I could make a separate thing that just does that. And that's what we're going to do. That's the first thing we're going to do to get started today. Now, also, we're doing some concrete over here. We've got a good amount of that. We got a lot of plates, and we need a lot of plates because we're just going to switch over to 120 belts no matter what we're doing, because that's the fastest belt we have right now. But if we want to do some screws over here, what we could do is just make what I call offline production, where I'm not actually feeding the screws in there. I'm going to make screws and then just have those screws automatically run right in there. So let's go ahead and utilize our zooping here. Again, the building in this game is second to none, everybody. It is so incredibly good. Look how quick and easy that was, right? I believe our screws is this one right there. Yeah, third one over. So all we're going to do very quickly, again, just do a constructor, line that up right there. I can see the green line, then just run that into there. And then I'm going to say screws. And then I'm just going to go ahead and make a storage container right behind it, line it up, run it in there at 120. Now, again, I'm using my fastest speed. And then I'm just going to put some iron rods in there. Now, the only last thing that I need is some power, so I can kind of look and see if there's any power connections I can tap into. Way over there, maybe. Nope, all my power connections are thoroughly locked in. Let's go ahead and see if we've got anything on this side. Where's that going? That's going behind here onto this pole. There we go. So that's now going to start up, and it's going to go ahead and convert a bunch of those into screws, right? It's going to do 40 per minute, which isn't too bad. Usually I kind of double up on those in the later game and really go to town on them later. But we're going to go ahead and feed that right in here, which is where the screws go. And what we can do is just take a ton of these out, right? Because it's going to keep making those. It's going to make me a bunch of those. And right now, I don't need 10,000 tons of those. You know, a couple rows is probably way more than enough. But we'll go ahead and sort it out a little bit here and say, okay, we'll just take all of those. So all of those are going to get converted into screws. Boom, like that. And I'll just let all of that run, and then I don't have to, like, you know, make the thing, run the lines, do all that. The thing that takes the longest is running the lines and coordinating the splitting and all of that. If you just bypass that by making a bunch of the base resource and then converting it into a secondary resource, which in this case is screws, it just goes so much faster and is a lot easier than creating all of that stuff. Now, eventually you want that production going for every different type of thing, right? You want it, and you want to have expandability and infinite expandability of how big you want that to get. Now, remember, you always have vertical as well. You can also make it go up, up, up into its own factory, and you're like, oh, I need more plates. Then you add more resources, and then you add more conversion for those plates, and so on. So again, this is how I usually start my base. I do like to have a nice open area, like the three foundations here, which is I call the thoroughfare. So I can get from place to place, A to B, without running into machines every 2 seconds. You don't have to build everything right up on top of each other, and that's usually the mistake that a lot of people do in the very beginning, or the people that try to challenge themselves to make it as small and compacted as possible. Really unnecessary. You got a gigantic world here that you could build an incredibly huge factory in, and multiple factories all over the place. Now, way over there, I've got my concrete stuff going. Over here, of course, we've got our copper. And over that, and of course, a little bit on the back way there, we've got those rods and plates going. And we're going to have so much we won't even know what to do with in here. Now, this is kind of phase one, right? Phase one, get your plates going, get your rods going, get your screws going, get your wires going, your cables, and of course, your concrete. And then do the Kismet rule of 8 and get yourself a nice balanced out reinforced iron plate set. And this is it right over here. This is how you master the entire game right here. If you want to learn one thing in my stream, this is the one, right? So what you got to do is find the balance, right, of inputs and outputs. So the input of this one right here is 30, right? So I got to have 30 iron ingots coming through here, and I've got more than enough going over there. And so those 30 iron ingots come through, and they go in there. But I'm actually producing 60, right? So 60 iron ingots will allow me to do 2 of them. And then I got even more coming out over here, which is now the third one, right? So 3 iron plates. And that's as many iron plates as I need. So 3 times 20, because that's the output of iron plates, is 60. So I'm outputting 60 iron plates. Now, if I go all the way to the end, which is I'm trying to produce reinforced iron plates, and we look at the inputs of these 2, because it balances out to be 2 of them, you can see that the input of iron plates here is 30 times 2, which is 60. So I've got that perfectly mastered both on the inputs and the outputs, and they match up to my kind of final destination for right now. Eventually it'll be more complex. And then the same thing, I've got extra ones here that are going into these ones over here. These are iron rods, and it's producing those. It needs 15 in and then goes 15 out. Same thing over here, 15 in, 15 out. So that's another 30. So if we take 30, 30, that's 60, 30, 30 again, that's 60. Take the 2 60s, 120, and that's what we're actually extracting right now. We're extracting 120 raw ore, converting that into iron ingots, and then taking those iron ingots and putting it in these. Then what happens from here is that the iron rods become the screws, right? That's very important. So that's why we've got them turned 2 different ways. So the iron rods come out this side, and we got the plates going across up on top, because that just goes down to the end. And then those iron rods, you can see, are feeding into these over here, like this. And then these are outputting 40 screws per minute, right? So 40 and 40, that's 80. And then, of course, over here, yet again, that special number of 120, right? You do a lot of 30s, 60s, and 120s in the beginning. This is the easier math right here. And then all of that then gets fed down this line, and we've got 120 lines here. And those 120 lines then get fed over here and get split into half. And then we can see that we've magically maxed out each of those. So this is going in 60, and this is going in 60, right? So that's a perfectly balanced lineup that you want to do. Now, again, this is what you want to figure out on every different type of production that you do. You want to figure out what is your input, what is your output, and then what is your final destination. In fact, I would suggest you do your final destination first, right? Like, how many of these plates do you want to make per minute? Like in my case, I'm making about 10 per minute, which isn't that much, but you know, it's a good start, right? Because you only got so much power, you only got so much resources in the beginning. So this is actually pretty great. And I don't always build this, by the way. Sometimes I just do the iron plates myself. I just get a bunch of the resources and then just make them on my character. But this is a great way to get introduced into finding that balancing, the perfect balance between your inputs and your outputs. And this is perfectly balanced here. That's why I call it the Kismet Rule of 8, because it's the ultimate way of balancing out your stuff in the game and learning very early on how to do that. And this is 8 constructors. That's where that rule of 8 goes. So this is 8 constructors. This is why you use it. There are 8 of them, and they're perfectly balanced for inputs and outputs. And then even conversion from rods into screws, and then those screws coming out at the right speed, so they're going out right there. Now, if there is excess, I can see they're kind of slowed down right here. I could offload the excess and run it over to over there on the side, or I could slow it down, or I could speed it up and make extra screws if I want, or just not even tie into that and do what I'm doing over here, which is we just put a bunch of rods in there, feed the rods into here, and then it'll just keep making screws all day long until it runs out of rods. And when it does, it'll turn itself off, and thus it doesn't use that power anymore, because it's like automatically turns itself off. Which I think is one of the coolest features of the game. Because I use a lot of power balancing where I turn stuff off when I no longer need it automatically, because it'll run out of room, either in a storage, or it'll run out of room, or run out of resources or whatever at some point, or I'll just turn it off. That works too. So right now, we're going to use the power of coal. Right now, I have to manually go in, like you saw, and feed in my biofuel in here. Now, of course, I collected a ton of biofuel. We converted a massive amount over here. We got a whole entire box full of it over here. And if you look at this, we could do this. This is 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I got 4 hours worth of biofuel in there, right? And my goal for the biofuel is to produce resources, right? To power my factory, produce resources so I can upgrade to a point in which I don't even need the biofuel anymore. And that is perpetual power. So that power will be, I'll need water and I'll need coal. And I'll put that in my coal plant, and my coal plant will produce power. Now that power will power the extraction of the coal, and it will power the extraction of the water. So basically, it's actually perpetuating itself. And once you do that, you can let your factory run for weeks if you wanted to, or months. You can just let it run in AFK, and you come back and pow, you got tons of loot. I do it on my server all the time, which is really fun. I don't typically play the experimental on the server. I find it's very temperamental on the server because that's not their primary goal right now. It's to get the single player working. But I do love to let it run, because then you have the power of time. And the power of time is the most powerful one, because I can set it going, log off the server, let it run for a week, come back, and I got 10,000 tons of resources to build and to run things with, and also to upgrade to get to the next thing. Now, I've got these jump pads over here, and I need 50 rotors for that. I don't feel like it's worth it this early in the game. But we also could do our resource sink, which is always fun. So let's go ahead and get our iron plates and some more concrete. Let's go right over here and get it done. So we'll get another stack of iron plates. This is my favorite thing. It's like going shopping. It's like going shopping, but for resources. You just go, walk down there, you get your resources, and then you run back, and then bam, you're good to go. Right over here. Oh, so close on those rods. Need a little bit more rods. I'm sure that's not going to be an issue. There we go. Grab them rods, put them in there. And we got the big red button. Go do your thing.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards. Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
See what I'm doing? You're like, Kismet, what the? How are you doing that? How are you making that move around by using your arrow keys? Well, they added this awesome, incredible... I mean, this is the only game I've ever seen that can iterate on their own designs to such an incredibly fantastic... I mean, every single update is like this. Every single one, you're like, dang, what a great idea. Wow, that's super cool. Wow, that's like if I was making a game, I would have done that, right? That's how they are over there at Coffee Stain. They've absolutely knocked this game out of the park, and they continue to do so. This is still in early access. So what this is this is a hologram. So what you do is you put your, in this case, Awesome Sync, or whatever thing you want to put down, even blueprints, and you put them down, you hit H. And then what it does, it kind of locks it in there, but you can use your arrow keys to move it up, down. You saw I was trying to center it in the thing there, and then move it all the way back like that, so it's bumping up to its max distance. Now, I got to be careful that it's not hanging over too far. I also learned, by the way, that you can override that thing where it says, you know, you're hanging too far off the edge. You can also use that to override that, which I did with my boxes over here. I can nudge them a little off the side so I can connect my things without running into the blocks. So once you got it the way you like it, then you click, and then it goes down, and you're good. Just like that. Very cool. Now, one thing that I always do with the Awesome Sync is I always have something right away. I put it down the second I unlock it, and then I put a box that's aiming right into it. So I can literally just drop a bunch of stuff in this box, and then all day, every day, this thing is going to go ahead and run a bunch of stuff in there. Right? Wow, we got to really add another power connection here. All right, right here. Oh, I don't have enough wire. All right. Again, see, it's like just walking over to your store and just grabbing it out of there. And it's great when you backlogged a bunch of stuff. All right, we'll go ahead and take this. We're going to put that right there. Then we're going to take this wire out, and we're going to connect this one from here to here. And then from there, back down there. So it's powering all that stuff at the end. And away it goes. Now, the Awesome Sync is great for stuff that you don't want to deal with anymore. Plus, it also gives you tickets. Now, this is not like a pay-to-win thing in the game. It's like you earn it in the game, which is so cool. So, say I have a bunch of these things right here, the bunch of these iron ignits. I've got more than enough. And I just want to get rid of it, right? Just want to get rid of it so I don't have to micromanage it. I can just go and control-click, and it puts the same item of the same type. Such a brilliant idea. I wish 7 Days to Die did that and did that. By the way, oh! And there it goes. We ran out of power, everybody. I knew it was going to happen. What happens is we added the Awesome Sync, and the Awesome Sync takes a lot of power. And so what it did at some point is it peaked past our max power and then stopped. But there's a way to fix that now, by the way. It'll turn off certain parts of your factory. They added a new option that says, oh, well, if you lose power, turn this part of the factory off so all the rest of it still runs. And we're definitely going to do that in this playthrough. But if I try to start it up again, it's just going to go off because it doesn't have enough power, so I need to add enough power for my Awesome Sync. By the way, I can just hit middle mouse button, boom, and it picks up that item. Another brilliant addition to the game where I don't have to, go back in the menu and find the thing that I'm looking for. I can just middle mouse button, bam, I'm good to go. And again, amazing iterations over and over again in this game. And there we go. You can see, look, right there. See how the gray line is my total power, and then the production I'm using, 196 is my production, and I have a capacity of 210. So yeah, you got to add a little bit more, and then put some more biofuel in there to keep it working. Now what it's going to do is it's going to take that stuff in there, and it's going to grind it up. And right now, depending on the quality of the item that you put in there, it's going to go ahead and grind that item up and then eventually give us tickets for those. Now, if you have a bunch of other stuff laying around that you just want to get rid of, like a great example is if you come over here and you see that you have like a whole bucket full of raw iron. That's not too much. I would take this stuff out of here and then do it. Now, this actually is perfectly balanced. So I could take it out of there and it would just not even show. And you're like, well, why doesn't it show? Well, it doesn't show because it's coming out at 120. It's being used at 120. It's being output at 120. So everything there is good. So I could probably just leave one stack. You can see it adds one, it takes one away. It adds one, takes one away. That's perfectly balanced. That's what you want to see in your factories. And then all the rest of this is just junk. There's no reason for me to save it for a rainy day, though I could use it to make more iron ingots if I want to. But it's best that I just get rid of it. Because this way I'm utilizing that resource right now instead of a later time in which I could use it. Right here, same thing. Look at this. Look how many copper ingots I've got backlogged in here. I don't need that many, maybe 1 stack maximum. And then all the rest of this over here. Boom, get rid of that. Now another thing I could do is go ahead and add another one right behind it. And then if I have even more stuff to stack in there, I can do that as well. Another thing you can do is go look at what you're producing over here. And if you have a bunch extra of something, like right here, take all that out of there. You know, drop a few in there for you to use, like say about 4 or 5 of them or so. Now remember, it's going to make more of them too while it's at it. Drop a few back in there, and again, burn that stuff up so that you're getting those resources out of those, right? So you're getting all this stuff burned up. It's going in the awesome sink. You've already got a coupon going there. And just let that run, set it and forget it. And when you come back to it, guess what? You're going to have enough tokens to use the awesome shop, which is definitely what we want to do right over here. So let's take the awesome shop. I'm going to put it over on this side this time. We'll stick it right there. And then we can go into the awesome shop. And the awesome shop is super cool. Really brilliant idea. Great way to use all these extra resources that you end up with. You can go in and you can unlock all of these things, right? Now, I can't unlock some of these because I have to do some research in the MAM to get those going. But some things I can unlock, like wall power outlets. I absolutely love those. Floor holes where you can run it down in through your floors, and you got ceiling mounts. You got wall mounts. I love the idea of the ceiling mount. Brilliant. And then, of course, a bunch of different pieces you can use for your foundations, walls and windows, cool supports and barriers and walkways and ladders, all sorts of cool stuff in there. But the thing that I'm always looking for, the factory cart. One of my favorite things. I actually have a factory cart shirt, which is in the laundry right now. But that's like my favorite thing in the game, because I think if you were being sent to a planet by a multi-quadrillionaire super space organization to go grab resources off a planet, they would give you the cheapest car possible, the cheapest amount of equipment possible, and then make you do it from there. Now, also, we got to get the coffee cup as well. Now, I can really impress you by scrolling over here. It was sent to me by the home office, everybody. I got my own cup. I got my own cup from the corporate overlords. I bought it on the Satisfactory thing to support them over there. But I don't really use it as a cup, but I just think it's absolutely awesome. It's like my favorite cup of all time. Very, very cool. Just brilliantly done. Now, of course, the name of the studio is Coffee Stain Studios, so that is also awesome. Now, what does a coffee cup do? It does absolutely nothing. It's all cosmetics. You can run around carrying your little coffee cup around. And it's before you could hide your items, too. So you can just carry your coffee cup around. So that's really important. But, of course, the first thing that I want to get here is the special item, which is the factory card. They also got a boom box with a bunch of different music. Sadly, I probably can't play that on stream. And then a whole bunch of awards, which I've never unlocked ever. Because this is still in early access, and this is experimental version of early access, the update 8. I try not to do everything. I try to leave stuff for me to do in my final full playthrough when it goes release. Then we're gonna go ahead and make a mega server, and we're gonna just go to town on it, everybody, big time. But I'm showing you some of my best techniques right here. Don't save it for a rainy day. Right now is the time. Right now is the time to feed that. We're at 6 coupons already. We're trying to get to 10. So feed that stuff in there, and some of that nicer stuff, especially the wire. Which you're going to end up with just bucket loads of that wire. That wire is worth a good amount, and the higher in the item, the faster it feeds in there, and the faster it gives you tickets. And of course, as you go certain levels, it starts to diminish return, right? It takes more to get another ticket, more to get another ticket, and so on. Good to put all your excess resources in there, for sure. Okay, so we got that done. What else are we looking to do here? Let's see. We got a little bit of everything. Let's go ahead and stack up some of our resources here. Now, one of the tricks that I do, whenever I'm taking stuff out of my box here, is I put it back in first. And then I take out full stacks of items, like 2 full stacks of plates there. Then I'll go in and say, okay, well, we want to take out some rods here. Let's put all the rods back in first. And then we'll take a stack of rod, and we'll take all these plates out too. We'll take, you know, the stacks out. This way you're getting, you're using a full stack of rods, full stack of plates, and you're not just having 44 in a stack like I have right now. Right? You take all that out, try to bring yourself a full stack out of there. Same thing here. We can try to put that back in there and then just pull a full stack there. There we go. Sort that out. Now we got a full stack of that. And here we got a 190. We'll go ahead and just put that back in there. Only need one of those. Don't need too much of that. Concrete, that's a thing you need a lot of. So put it back in first and then take full stacks out. So you're not running around with, you know, just 2 or 3 of them in a stack and it's taking up your inventory. Really great inventory management trick there. And then we're going to use a lot of these reinforced iron plates. So let's get a bunch of those. And now we're pretty set. Pretty set on what we need to do. And so we've unlocked the awesome sink and we got our awesome sink going. Now let's go ahead and see what else we want to unlock. Now what happened there is I put a bunch of resources in the hub. Then what it did is it took my little plane and it sent it up to space, and then it unlocked my different resources, and that's basically how you do it. But we're going to need to get something a bit more industrial strength here in a minute. But I feel like a little tempted to do these rotors. So if I go down here and I look in these rotors, I can see that I can make 20 rotors, right? And how many do I need? Well, let's go ahead and click this, say select milestone, and it will tell me up here in the upper right corner now that I need 50. And so to do 50 of them, I'm going to need a certain amount of resources to do it. Now what you can do is just go O, and then you can say rotors. If I can get my fingers to work. There we go, rotors. Click on rotors, and then you can just click this 50 times. I wonder if you can hold it down. No, you can't hold it down. You got to click it 50 times. So basically, we could click it a whole bunch of times, and it will give us a to-do list. Okay, you need 250 of the rods, and you need 1,250 of the screws. That's a lot of screws. So we've got to go over here. We'll say, okay, luckily we're making all these extra screws because Kismet thinks ahead. And so we need to make more screws. Now, we could wait for it to make the screws, or we can make them ourselves. Screws go really, really fast. So we can just go like this and make 1,600 screws if we want. But we don't really need to. We need to make 1,250. Now, while I'm doing this, it's also making screws at the same time. So we're both making screws simultaneously. Now, another thing that I could do is say, you know what, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to bring this all the way over. There we go. And then I can walk across here. Maybe there's some extra screws in here. Maybe I could just grab these screws out because this is all balanced over here now. And I don't really need to leave these screws in here. And now I can basically just take those out and use those instead. Because I put some in there just as an overflow when it first got started. And now we're done. Just like that. Boom. Ready to go. Boom, boom, right? But we still got to make the rotors. Now, rotors go way faster in your inventory than they do in the machine. But I could just as easily make an assembler, put 2 storages on the back, put some, you know, rods on this one, put some screws on this one, and have it make it for me. But you can see that we've already made 10 of them already. So it's pretty much faster for me to make them myself than it is for me to go and do the whole production line and run the lines and do all the stuff. Again, my time is my most valuable asset. In any game or in anything I do in life, that's my most valuable thing. So what takes less time? It takes less time for me to just grab the resources or make them and then convert them into rotors right now. Now, if it was 250 of them, well, then I would just let it run and then go do something else. And when I come back, it would be all ready and it would be good. Now, again, our goal today is before we run out of power, because now we got even more power running, before we run out of power, we got to get our coal power going. And we got to get enough coal power going that it replaces our power for our current biofuel. So there we go. Look, just me talking to you, we're almost there. 45, almost 50. So again, this is why I absolutely love this game, because all of that stuff plays a factor in it. And it's actually pretty brilliant. Now, I'm not going to use the jump pads, but I'm just going to unlock them so I don't have to look at them. Pretty much the only reason.
Milestone reached. Several buildings aimed at factory traversal can now be accessed in the build menu. Caution is recommended during use of these products.
It's cool every time. I've watched it hundreds of times, everybody. It's cool every time. And this is like my 40th or 50th playthrough. I don't know. It's a lot. And I don't always go all the way to the end every single playthrough, but I do have a lot of fun playing the game. The game is truly exceptional. Now, what I want to do here is just go ahead and fill in a little bit of this. And then I want to fill this in right over there a lot. Like this. And what I'm going to do is just run this out like this. Big time. Oh, out of plates. What a bummer. Oh, why don't I just walk right over here and grab some more? How about that? In fact, a whole bunch. There we go. Now, what I'm doing is I'm building a giant platform. This is called zooping. We can go up to 10 foundations at the same time. Now, see these little metal parts? All I have to do is aim at those little metal parts, and it will tell it to go that way, or this way, or up, or down, whatever I want to do. Like, if I just aim at the edge here, it'll go there, and then I click, and then I roll it out, and there we go. We just did 10 of them. 10 more, 10 more, and 10 more. That's awesome, everybody. That is amazing. That's a great change. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what are you building this big giant area for? Well, we're going to need to utilize some of our resources to go ahead and throw it in our big ginormous space elevator here. I like to turn it like this, but we need more resources. So again, we're going to go ahead and put it on our to-do list here. We're going to say space elevator, and it's going to tell us over there on the right side we need so many resources. Now, there's a reason why we've been backlogging resources, everybody, is so we can use it for our space elevator. So look at that, it already filled back up again too. So let's take that out until we have enough wire, and there we go. We have actually more than enough there. Then we need iron rods up here, and this is why I suggest once you get to this stage where you're making rods and plates and all of that stuff, that you take a break. You just let it run for an hour or two, you come back, boom, then you got tons of resources to help you go to the next stage, which is right here, which is your space elevator. Now, if you notice, I can't put the space elevator stuff in there, and that's because the pod is still returning. It's still 1 minute and 33 seconds away before it can return, but I do have all of the resources that I need to actually build that space elevator. Now, if it does return, it doesn't matter because I can't upgrade anything else, right? I did 0 tier, 1, and 2, and to get to 3 and 4 tier, I have to do the space elevator. So we're going to run over here and now put our space elevator down right over here. Like I saw. We'll go ahead and just put it. Actually, we'll just hit H. And then we'll just move around. See, it doesn't move when I'm moving my cursor. I love that, everybody. And then we can kind of, nudge it into its perfect position that we want it to be. Let's say that. I love watching this every time. So cool. And now back up. Oh, and the little ship's coming down too at the same time. Oh, that's cool. Their animators are awesome, everybody. Just so good. When I grow up, I hope to be anywhere close to as good as these animators. And there we go. And so that is the space elevator. Now, the whole point of the space elevator, and this is something I told Elon Musk. I'm like, why can't we have a space elevator? And actually, I found out why. Because there's nothing that's strong enough to hold it on the Earth and keep it in orbit that wouldn't snap because of the forces of the planet and gravity and all of that other stuff. The second we figure that out, we're really going to be off to space. But at least it works in the game. Space metal, everybody. Magical space metal. So here in the space elevator, what it's asking me to do is to produce 50 smart plates. Now, to produce 50 smart plates, I need to use my reinforced iron plates, which I have, and I need to make rotors. So now I have to incorporate rotors into my production so that it can pump those rotors in there. Now, because that's 2 items, I can tell you already that's going to be an assembler. Right, so an assembler needs to go and produce those rotors and pump those rotors right in here. right? So we're going to need to pump it in the side of there, or we can manually take it and put it in there if you really want to. But here's what we want to do. We want to use these plates here that are coming out of there, and we're going to go ahead and put an assembler. We've got to make a few rotors first. I always like to have, you know, craft benches thrown around all over the place so I don't have to run all the way back every time. So let's make a few rotors. And at this stage, you want to really start working on your rotors. This is like stage 2 of the game. Stage 1 is you're getting started, you're making some plates, you're making some things, you're getting your base, you got your foundations unlocked, you're getting your extractors going, now you got it all going in line, you're doing your biofuel, you got all that going, and then you have all of your stuff running. And then that's stage 1, GG. Then you're in stage 2. Now you're on the more advanced stuff. You got your space elevator, you're doing your rotors, you're trying to create those special platings that actually you'll need in this upgrade, and then also in the next upgrade as well. So I made a bunch of rotors there. I wasn't even watching how many I was making. And then I'm going to go ahead and just kind of put this off to the side. Let's hit H and kind of just maneuver that right in there, maybe hanging off just a little bit, and then click. And there we go. And so we want to go ahead and create rotors. So we got to get screws and rods in here. And then eventually, with those screws and rods, we're going to need to do another assembler after this one. All right, we'll line that up right there in front of that one. And then this one's going to make the smart plating. So we're going to need the rotors out of here to basically go right in the back of that one. Right? Now, over here, we need this reinforced iron plates. Well, those reinforced iron plates, and that's why I kind of set it off to the side there. See how I kind of set it off over that way a little bit? And that's because I want to combine these two together and utilize that and run that in there. So I don't need to run it to my box anymore over there, so I'm just going to take that out, and I'm going to go ahead and run it out of here, and I'm just going to run it right to there. Now, this is what we call spaghetti, everybody. When you're just running it on the ground willy-nilly and you're running it all over the place, I do a lot of that in the beginning to trigger the Satisfactory community. But in the long run, we'll make it beautiful, for sure, for sure. But I love it when people come in the stream like, Kismet, what are you doing? Oh, God, the lines. I can't take it. I can't look at it. Oh, no, it hurts my eyes. It makes me laugh every time. But all right, there we go. Now remember, this is going to take 15 megawatts more, and this one over here is going to take 15 megawatts more. So that's 30 more power I'm going to need to make this work. Let's see what happens when we try to tie it back. Let's say over here. I don't think you can double tie to there. No, you can't double tie to that. And let's see, we've got another one over here, which I think is all taken up. Let's just run this to here, and then we'll cross connect right here. Now, you really want to think out your power lines in the long run. Like I could send this right here and take out this line, take this over here, and then that to there. There we go. All right. Now, we're running that power line in there. We're using our stuff there, and let's see if we run out of power. Because it does happen quite often. Oh, look at that. Ooh, topping it out there. Now, based on how many things you got going, like right here, see this blue line here at the top? This blue line represents if I had everything running at the same time. And if that blue line is above the gray line and you turn everything on, it's going to kick off the power in there. But there are some of my things that have turned themselves off. And the reason why they turn themselves off is because they're not being used currently. Like a great example is my biofuel. All my biofuel is turned off right now because I made a bunch and I'm good for right now. So it automatically turns that off, so it's not using all of my stuff at the same time. But if I were to turn on my biofuel, my power is going to go off in like 2 seconds. For sure, for sure. Now what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and start pumping all of this into this machine right over here, pumping that in there. Now we need to get our rotors going over here, so we need iron rods and we need screws. Now, we're making screws over here on this side and pumping those screws into this box. But what we're going to do is we're going to take that out and we're going to readjust this right here. And let's see if we can get all of these in our inventory. Ooh, close. And we're going to do basically what's known as an offline run, right? So we're just going to take this constructor. We're going to make a little willy-nilly build here just for fun. And we're going to run that into there. And then we're going to use a nice level 2 lifter across there. And then we'll use a lifter over on this side. And then we're going to run that right in there. And then tie this power into this one. There we go. Now, we'll just do the same thing we did before. Put those rods in there. Tell it to be screws. Now, it's not going to make an infinite amount because it's not infinitely feeding from the raw form. But it's going to make a whole bunch. And that's the important part. That it's actually doing its job. Right? So it's actually feeding the screws in there and whatnot. Now, the problem is also we need some iron rods, too. Right? And we just use our iron rods for our screws. But there are iron rods being produced. And I have enough plates for right now because I'm not going to be building too much more stuff for right now. So what I'm going to do is what I call retooling your factory, right? At certain points, you want to have more rods, more plates, more rods. You want to bounce back and forth, especially in the beginning of the game. But what I can do is I can go over here and say, okay, this is all smelting this down. And then what's producing what? Okay, this one's producing plates. Well, you know what? I changed my mind. Go back to doing rods. This one's doing rods. Over here, what's this one doing? This one's doing rods. And this one's doing rods. Now, why do I want to do that and not just leave it on plates? Well, if I leave it on plates, what's going to happen when I feed it into there is it'll stop. And you don't ever want your production to stop. The basic rule, ABC. Oh, thanks for the host. ABC, always be crafting. Always. Always, always, always. So always be out letting that run, backlogging your resources. Now, it's going to take a little bit for it to get all the way over here and drop off those plates and whatnot. And again, I'm just double running the plates, which you should never really do. You should never really run it into the same thing because it'll trip you up at some point. But I kind of know what I'm doing. So we just did that a little bit in the beginning so I didn't have to run another line and do all of that stuff. Just kind of a waste of my time for the early game. But again, we're kind of waiting till it basically bleeds out the line, where the line runs all the way down and over here. Man, are these no, these are not Mark II belts. Just dawned on me, we didn't upgrade these. Hold on, let's get these fired up. Let's get these babies popping. How about this lifter? Oh, level 2 lifter too. All right, let's go. Come on, let's speed these up. Get in there, get her done. Over here too. Now what we're doing is we're working our way backwards and we're speeding up. Now if you miss any of these, then it was a waste of your time because what'll happen is oh, that's going in the ground there. I gotta fix that. It's your slowest belt is your hindrance, right? Now at some point I just say screw it. I don't really need to be perfect. I don't need to be 60, 60, and 60. I just want it to go as fast as it possibly can. And I have so many of these now that it doesn't really matter. So I can get it from A to Z just that much faster. Actually, at double speed. Because these belts that are there are 60, and I'm just upgrading them with 120. And again, once you have a lot of resources, it just doesn't matter. Just go as fast as you possibly can. The faster it goes in. And this right here is really going to start to backlog that now, because that's going to come out of there at 120 and really backlog that big time. And then over here, definitely there. And then down the line here. And we got these ones at the end already. Backlog this way. Now it'll highlight. Oh, that's because those are just going into those. It'll highlight when you can upgrade it. And so I'm basically upgrading it from Mark I belt to a Mark II belt. Easy peasy. Right there. And now that stuff is pumping out of there like nobody's business. It's also now extracting at 120 instead of 60 because that's a pure node. So basically I just doubled my production. And so I could double my production down the line too. I could add, you know, a bunch more of these, right? I could add 4 more of my converters, but I don't need to because I've already have it set up so it will work at double the speed, because I already knew that it was going to be 120. So this is 30, 30, 30, 30, so that's already 120. So I already had it set up for future expansion down the road. And then down here you can see this one's using 15, 15, 15, 15. So that's like 60 that it's using right now. And I could up it even more. I could make it 60, or what I could do is go in and add a bunch of plates now. and then have it do all the plates. Now, we may do that later, but for right now, we're just going to let it pop and lock on its own, or basically run this baby as quick as possible. This we're definitely going to fix because I can't stand it when it goes in the ground like that, so we'll just bring that up. By the way, if you notice that it automatically put the little bottom thing there, it automatically does the bottom thing now in Update 8, which is a fantastic change. Big love to them for crushing it. Also, if you notice, I ran along the belt so I could run a little bit faster, making my way over here. Okay, so now we should see just nothing but rods coming out of there, and the rods are going to get to us faster. And so we're going to go up here, and we're going to, oh, not that. We're going to do the exact opposite of that. We're going to go ahead and just get the rods out, watch the rods going in. Go ahead and look on the belt and just say, okay, just rods coming in now. Looking good. Okay, everything good. Again, let's make sure our lifters are Mark IIs. There we go. This lifter Mark II, that lifter Mark II. All right, there we go. Now it's just going to get it up there a little faster because I can see it stopping at the bottom. If it pauses like that, that means your lifter has a problem. If it pauses at the end. See, now it's not pausing. It's coming through at maximum speed and going up the thing at maximum speed. And that's going to fill up those boxes even faster now, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so we got that going. Now, what we want to do, and this is why I have this turned around. If you guys didn't know that last time, exactly why I turned it around, because I knew I was going to add it over here. And what I'm going to do is run it clear over here to the other side. But I can't because I'm out of rods because I put all my rods in there. So let's grab a stack of rods out of here. Let's go ahead and grab this. And the rod is for the little belt thing that goes on the bottom. So what I'm going to try to do is line this up like this. Bring it up just a little bit so it doesn't hit that other belt over there like that. And then take this and then run this production into the other side. Now, probably the best thing to do is to kind of line this up, back it up like this, and then run it in like that, and you get yourself a nice 90-degree or close to 90-degree thing there. Now it is perpetually running that. That'll just keep making rods all day, every day, and fill up this thing. Now, if it's making too many rods, what it will do is it'll backlog up here and end up in those two boxes. Now, remember, I made a ton of extra up here. I knew that was going to happen. I made a ton of extra for this very moment, so it could backlog a ton in there and get started up very, very quickly. But what happened again? We ran out of power. So again, we're going to need more power. Now again, that's why I left lots of room over here, over on this side, so I can go ahead and put some more power in. Then we can go ahead and add some more biofuel. Now very quickly, we're going to burn through this biofuel, even though I have a ton of it over here. We're going to burn through it, and then we're going to have some problems for sure. So let's go over here, add another biofuel here. There we go. And then we want to tie it back into the system. Let's see. Let's take this one out. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this, and we'll just go here first, and then tie that across there. There we go. Now, if you notice, it will start right back up. Because again, we raised the power to match how much production we're doing. And you'll have to do that a lot. So now my production is 219 or 223 there up here. Let's call it 220. And then my capacity now is 240. But it's still not enough to do all of my production because I don't want to burn up my biofuel too quickly because I still have a whole lot of work to do over there getting my perpetual power going. But the first thing to get my perpetual power is I got to get the space elevator going on. So if I don't get the space elevator going on, then there's no point because I'm not going to get it done. Now, I also over here, this is going to produce rotors at 4 per minute. If I go over here and look in here, how many does it need? 2 per minute. So, oh, wait a minute. Now it's actually producing double the amount, so I could actually double this up as well over here. Let's say, oh, this way. There we go. Double that up. I could go ahead and put a splitter right here and split this into that side. I could take this and raise that up over here. And then maybe take that other one that's going across here and split that. You're like, oh, Kismet. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts my eyes, bro. It hurts my eyes, that spaghetti. Ah, see, that's what you don't want to do. Just start. I mean, hey, if you're new to the game, do what you got to do, everybody. But this makes people hurt who play a lot of Satisfactory. And again, thank Barrick Throne. Thanks everybody for coming in. Don't forget to hit that follow button if you're coming in with Barrick. I appreciate you big time coming in here. Now, I do it because it makes me laugh, everybody. Because you really don't want to do that. You really want to kind of think it out a little bit because you're going to paint yourself into a corner eventually. But now we've got 2 of them going, right? And so I can say smart plating here. Oh, wait, I went the wrong one. I went the wrong one here. Hold on. Right there. So this is rotors. Yeah, this is rotors. All right. So again, this is going 2 per minute, 2 per minute. And, oh, I need reinforced iron plates. There we go. And I need rotors. So I'm pumping the wrong thing in there. Let's take that out. And luckily I didn't connect it across. Because what I need is I need the rotors that are coming out of here. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and run it from this side. Then we'll run it from there. And we'll put this back up here. And run it from there to over there. Alright, there we go. Oh, and I hate it clipping too. It triggers me, everybody. Big time. So now what it's going to do is when the rotors come out, half of the rotors are going to go into this machine. And half of the rotors are going to go in that other machine. Now, this machine probably has more rotors than it needs, so we can just go ahead, pull that out for now, right? And just kind of consolidate those, cut those in half, put half of them in here to get it started. And then over here, we can put half of them in here to get this started. Another problem, ran out of power again. Get used to that noise, everybody, especially in the early game, because you are just going to run out of power all the time. Now, instead of doing what I'm doing right here, everybody, I could go in and make those items faster than what I'm doing. But I'm just doing this to prove a point that you are going to run out of power a lot. You're going to constantly be adding more power, making more resources, and so on. And there we go again. Okay. Now, another thing to do to keep your power running is to balance your power. So I'm going to take out all this power, all this biofuel, and I'm going to balance my power by putting the max amount in each and every one of these. So I'm just clicking on it, control clicking it to go in there. Actually, I can just click it, double click it. There we go. Double click it to go it in there, and then it's going to max itself out. So everything is at 200, like this. So they're all in sequence. So this way, one of them doesn't run out of power, which causes all the rest of them to go off. If they go off, they're all going to go off about the same time. So that gives you maximum time. So right now it's 4 per minute. And we say, hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 200 divided by 4? 200 divided by 4 is 50. So 50 minutes, real time. So that's going to run 50 minutes, and I don't have to touch it, and it's going to do all that stuff I just set it up to do, including rotors and smart plating and all of that other stuff. Now, I don't really have to do anything else other than that. Might have to feed some rods in there if I run out, but I'm not going to. That's a massive amount. It's going to go for a while. And what I need is I need 25 of the smart plates. Now, it's already made 2 of them here. And so what I'm going to do is basically put a merger right off the end of this one like this, and then aim it toward the thing over here. So this is going to end up in there. This one's going to come out of that one. This one's going to come out of here, go into there. Oh, if I had one more plate. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these out, cut those in half, put those. I'm making way more reinforced iron plates than it needs. All right, there we go. And then not do that. All right, well, whatever you feel like doing, Gabe. Go in there. Go in there. There you go. And then now it's going to take that smart plating and it's going to run it into my space elevator. Now, the space elevator, it's already got 3 of them in there. The space elevator doesn't take power. So it's basically just something you want to feed whatever resource it says you need. And sometimes they get tougher, and they do get tougher and tougher based on the tier level. But now I can literally just walk away. I can walk away from the computer, take a break for 50 minutes, or really it's going to be less than 50 minutes. Because we can figure out the math, right? If this is going at its full speed, it's going to produce 2 of them per minute, and I've got 2 of them going, so 4 per minute. And if we say, okay, if we got, say, 40 left, right? We'll just say it's 10. If we got 40 left, that's literally 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, if I just AFK, make myself a sandwich, come back, And in 10 minutes, that'll be done. And it'll be ready to go. And that's what you want to do. You want to find that balance between everything running without you have to micromanage it. Now, our ultimate goal today is to get to the point in which the power is perpetual, right? So we got coal power, and that coal power is making it where it's basically extracting the water and the coal, but it's also producing power from that water and coal, which is then extracting the water and coal, right? So you have that loop of power that you could then just let your factory run forever. You could just leave your computer on, go on a vacation for a week or two, come back, and you will have a lot of stuff, or your computer would have caught fire and done things. So watch out for that. Do it at your own risk, everybody. You make your own choices. But there we go. So we're at 11. So we got like 10 minutes until that's ready. Now, while that is doing its thing, we've got a great thing we can do over here called the MAM. Now, out here, out the back, everybody, always keep a little bit of extra resources for me to use, like all this stuff right here. So we're going to go ahead and utilize that in the MAM to do some research. So let's put all of our stuff back in there. And then we're just going to take all of this out because we're going to go ahead and work the MAM. Now, the MAM has different sections, like in this case, alien organisms. So we're going to research that one. It takes like 3 seconds. There we go. So we analyzed the splitter there, or the spitter. Then this one right here is the hog research. So we analyzed that one. All right. Now we also got to go find some spiders, and we've got to find some hatchers as well. I thought I got a little bit of the hatchers. Apparently not. And then, of course, we can also just skip those and go straight to making some bioorganic properties here, right? So alien DNA capsule. So let's go ahead and run over here to our little crafting station, and we'll go ahead and see if we can make it. Well, we can't make the capsule, so what is it that we actually need to make in there? Well, if you look at the progression of the way that it goes, what we need to do is actually make the alien protein to unlock the alien DNA capsule, right? And then also biomass, which I've already unlocked. But that's going to also get you down to the lower tiers down here, which is where we want to get, like right here, inflated pocket dimension, expanded tool belts. These are all good ones. Also, rebar gun, health there, and then hostile organism detection, which I find that useless, and I find I never use these. And very rarely do I use the gun, usually just for stream, because it's easier to just use my baton and kill them. But there we go. So we need to make some of those. So let's run over here and make some of these hog proteins. We might as well use it up. We can always get more. So we can go ahead and use them over here. Okay, so now we're going to go here. We're going to say start research. Now, some of these just take a few seconds, and some of these take a lot longer. For sure. Now, right down here, we need some wire. So we need 1,000 wire. Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem because we probably have a gigantic box of it right now. For sure. Yeah, yeah, we got a bunch. And it's still making some there as well. So let's run back over here, burn up some of this wire. And over here, you're going to see that I'm going to get +6 inventory slots. Oh, I didn't get enough wire. Get some more. In fact, let's just take as much as we can. Boom. I love it. I love more inventory space. See that? Just filled in all the rest of those with that. Now, the other one down here takes this stuff right here, which is steel beams, and we're not to that yet. So we're not going to be able to do those, and all this other stuff I find useless, so I'm not going to bother to do any of that right now. We're going to move on. Let's go to nutrients. So we're going to go ahead and scan ourselves some bacon, as I like to call it. There we go. And then also over here, we can do barrel nut. I don't know if we got some of these. We did get some of those. Look at me go. And then these pale berries. Now, you don't need to do them all, but we can get that going. And there we go. So now, but I'm stuck in the fact that I don't have any modular frames. I don't have that unlocked yet. And I also don't have steel pipes, so now I'm blocked. I can't go any further. Power slugs. Did we pick up any power slugs? I don't think I... Oh, I did. I do have one on me. All right, cool. We'll get that going. Boom, there we go. Okay, so over here we're going to need a power thingy. So we got to get one power slug, and then we can do overclocking. And that would be the first thing I would beeline for, because not only is it overclocking something, it's also underclocking. Sometimes you want to reduce it so it's not using as much power, because it's not really necessary to have it working at full speed. Great example is water. Water, you can kind of throttle it down so it's not producing, 400 water when it can only, basically put 300 water through the pipe. There's no pointing it using that much power. So let's go ahead and find ourselves one of these little guys. Let's see. I might even make a scanner. Look at me go. Where is my thing? I don't think I made one over here. Let's go ahead and make an equipment workshop. And let's just put it right here at the end. There we go. I never use this, but let's live large this time. Which is your little handheld scanner thing. Okay, I even forget how to use the thing. Oh, it shows me down here what I'm scanning for. Barrel nuts or the other stuff. That's all I can scan for. Well, that sucks. You right click to switch it. Yeah, that's going to scan for that. But that does say there's barrel nuts nearby. Now, I don't have enough things to search for the other stuff that I need. So I'm just going to take that off for now, and we'll try to unlock searching for that stuff later as well, which is the little guy. So searching for that comes in that thing. Now, I just happen to know that there's some out here that we can go and grab. I think there was one over this way. Yeah, right up there. So we can just basically not do that. We can go over here, build ourselves a ramp. Now you got to watch out for baddies. Wherever you see one of those, most likely there's some baddies there somewhere. And I've actually come up to get one of these and got knocked off. So I always kind of look first. Make sure. And see, I'm removing the leaves so I can see the mobs if they're sneaking up on me. This is a great place for a spider to get you right here. All right, there we go. And this is a yellow power slug, so that's awesome. And there we go. We got that one. And then we can just head back down. I don't know if there's anything over here. Let's jump over there and see. Or not. Go ahead, get up there. There you go. I'm always collecting leaves when I'm going around just so I can see what's in that area. Plus, I can use the leaves to make biomass fuel in there as well. Now, I could also use my chainsaw, which I unlock straight away. Oh, there's another one down there. Plus, I also get up high so I can see where more of them could be. Now, I hate wasting resources, so if I go up here and I see there's nothing really up here, I mean, there's some trees up here we can cut down for biofuel and whatnot, I would take this back down because that's my resources I could get back and use elsewhere, because it gives you all the resources back, which is super cool. I absolutely love that about the game. You don't have to go grind out resources again. You don't have to knock it down with a sledgehammer or something like that, which I don't, I mean, I can understand it's realistic, but the most important thing, is it fun? If you're going to make a game, everybody, go by the rule of, is it fun? That's the most important rule ever. Now, it might be a good idea to have our little zapper thing out just in case. Now, sometimes you get lucky, like I'm getting right here, and the mobs that were up here fell off the side. They're most likely down there somewhere. Yeah, there's one down there. They most likely fell off the side, and thus it's easy to grab the things. There we go. So now I've got two of them. By the way, you can jump down a pretty good distance. See, like that. And now I've got the two things. Lizard doggo! What up, little lizard doggo? What up, my little pal, my little buddy? Come back here. You're a good doggo. You're a good doggo. I don't think I've ever tried to capture one of those doggos or feed the doggos. That's like a later gameplay through. Love those lizard doggos, though. Okay, so now we need to research our power slugs. We're going to go ahead and research the yellow one. But guess what I need? Rotors. That's right. You always need something. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and move this from over there to right over here, so I don't have to run over there every time. There we go. So more rotors. I can make 6 of them right now. I don't even know how many I need. Probably more than that. By the way, while I'm doing this, if you look in the upper right-hand corner there, it's already done 37 of 50 of those items for me automatically. Normally, I don't produce that production because it burns up my power. So what I will do is just make those things. I'll make the rotors, then take the rotors and the reinforced iron plates, and then make the final smart plating myself. Some of those items cannot be made in the thing. See, like right here, I'll go in and try to make the smart plating, but you can't do that anymore. You have to do it in the thing, right? Because there's no option for smart plating in here. So what I will do is just make those things, and then I'll put the raw resource in both of them and just let it run without doing the whole entire connection of all the other stuff that people will do in the beginning. So sometimes I just bypass that because it goes faster. That's why. Okay, so we got that done. We need to make a power slug. Oh wait, no, we need more rotors. That's what we need. How many rotors do we need? 25. Okay, we're going to definitely need more screws. We're just going to go over here and grab all the screws we got. And how many can we make now? 19. All right, that's going to get us pretty close. And what I'm not even holding the button down. You just roll over it, hit the space bar, it'll auto run. Auto run does an awesome job of it. Now again, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Feel free to say hi in the chat. Appreciate everybody hanging out here for some Satisfactory Update 8. That's an incredibly fantastic update. Of course, I say that about every update because it's true. These guys just, you know, just keep knocking it clear out of the park, everybody. Look at that, 25 on the dot. Woo, luck out. Lucked out on that one. Nice. All right, power slugs. Let's do this middle one. Research. And boom. That's now going to unlock us down here to our purple ones. We've got our slug scanning over here, so we can use the blue ones to actually do the scanning for more of them if we want. But this is really the one I want over here. I don't really want to do the blue one. I want to use the blue one for making a power shard, right? Right over here. And then that power shard allows me to go ahead and immediately do overclocking and underclocking, which I absolutely love. Brilliant addition to the game in there like that. Now, again, I need more screws to make that happen so I can scan for them, but I find they're usually around. Just walk around, look around. You'll hear them, and you'll usually see them within distance of you. I don't think I made any more. I think I used that one for research. And so now we need to find a normal one again. I can see it straight out there. I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it. Get out of there, crazy bird. And there's one way up there on the top that we can try to grab. Might be a little close. Oh, no, it's over here on the side. So we'll just take this, run that over there. While we're walking, we'll switch to our ramps. Ramp our way up. Watch out for baddies. Ooh, okay, that was a little too close. A little foundation down there. There we go. Watch out for troublemakers. Alright, no troublemakers. I'm taking it. Got it. Now, I don't want no mobs coming into my base, so I'll take this right back out again because I want to make a nice little platform where they can sneak up behind me and kill me. So we're going to go ahead and just highlight all of that and then back up back here and do this. Not only did they add a dismantle mode for just dismantling stuff, they did that quite a long time, but they've added a blueprint dismantle mode in Update 8, which is awesome. What a brilliant, brilliant idea, everybody. Super excited about that. Can't wait to try that out in this playthrough. But as you see, I've kind of connected that together so I can walk all the way down here. And then I'll put another one here so I can just kind of walk around. Now, instead of walking back and forth all the way over the place, what we can do is go in here and see if we got enough tickets to get our vehicle, which we should have 10 tickets, right? Now, I put a bunch of excess stuff in there, and while I was busy doing a whole bunch of stuff, it's already produced 18 tickets right here at the beginning of the game. So again, all that excess stuff that's just been sitting around in your inventory, great way of doing that. And then we can go ahead and now unlock this. We'll add that to the cart, which is funny because it's kind of like a cart. And then you buy it, and then we bought the schematic for it, and now we have to make the cart ourselves. Now, by the way, you don't have to be in the front of this thing. You can just access it from the back as well. So we want to make the factory cart, and we're going to need 2 rotors. Now, notice that I waited until this point to do this because you're going to need the ability to make rotors. And yet again over here, we need more screws. Now, you're going to constantly have this problem with screws. I find that I just never seem to have enough screws, but I will scale it up in an insane way. You'll see. We will start scaling it up big time here as well. And the cool thing is when I scale it up, I don't necessarily have to get more nodes. I will scale it up by doubling up the node and then overclocking the node. That's right. The best thing to overclock is your actual nodes more than anything else. So if you want to get more power, overclock your coal nodes. If you want to get more iron or whatever, overclock those. And you're like, well, Kismet takes more power. Well, it doesn't matter because if you're overclocking your coal, you're going to be overclocking the amount of power that you're producing. So you're going to be producing way more power than it costs you to overclock it. Way more. I mean, a tremendous amount more. Now, of course, you got to have the belts to support it. That's the caveat of that. So, you know, you got to balance as you're going through to not overdo it too early. All right. And we're waiting for this 47 to 50, almost ready to rock. What are we doing? We're using these for something. We're making our cart. That's what we're doing. Get back on track here. Making our cart. Here we go. Now, one of the cool things about these carts here, and I would keep it on you all the time, is you can just throw this cart down. Then you get in your cart. Once it's done, off you go. Watch this. Ah, God, who's driving this thing? Now, one of the things you don't want to do is doing what I'm doing right now. You don't want to use this cart. Oh, man, they've really improved the cart, too. Oh, that's cool. You don't want to use the cart on the ground. It doesn't drive very well. Now, on the foundations, it drives way better. And it cranks, by the way, on the foundations. Oh, it wobbles a little bit, too. Yeah, they added a wobble to it. Let's see if it falls over when you do a hard turn. It just leans into it. All right. Take that off of there. Oh, look out. But yeah, you're going to be able to get to A to Z much faster. Now, another cool thing that you can do with your vehicles is you can automate the path. So I could just have this vehicle driving back and forth if I wanted to. I don't know what the purpose of that is. I guess you could jump in it and it would then take you over there and you jump out where you wanted to get out. But you can go in and you can record your path like this. I hit Q, start recording, and then I'm going to have it drive all the way down here. I'm going to have it turn around, and then I'm going to have it drive all the way back down here, right to here, and then stop. And then I'm going to enable autopilot right there, and I'm going to get out. Let's see if it works. Looks like it's just rolling backwards. Show path. Huh. It didn't keep the path. Disable autopilot. Show path notes. I gotta save the path? Try it again. Path complete. No, start recording. Okay, there we go. Okay, Okay, and I get out and it should automatically go. Oh, there it goes. It's also going to simulate my terrible driving and it's going to ram into that thing. Watch. Oh, no, it stopped. It's going to pause, then turn. It's doing exactly what I did. So you want to make sure you do it right. It's just so freaking cool. Come on, let's see some GGs for the devs in the chat, everybody. That is just too cool. And they've had that in the game for a long time, and they've massively improved it. Big love to them, everybody. I'm just going to let that run. Because that's fun. All right, we got things to do, everybody. We got to launch this space elevator. Let's go. Okay, so let's seal it. There we go. So we sealed it in a container, and that's going to send that container up through the space elevator. All right, got that done. Now, immediately you want to stop your production from running in here because what it's going to do is start to backlog across there. So what I'm going to do is just tell this to stop. And then what I'm going to do is actually backlog a bunch of these over here. Now, what I really want to do is get the rotors for myself because I'm going to need those here in a second. But I'm just going to backlog. Oops, a little too close. I'm just going to backlog a bunch of these smart platings over here while we're doing other things. And these will continue to work because it's continuing to make items. Now, another thing we need to check on is our stuff still going there? Are we still got rods going there? Do we still have enough rods in the back here to produce screws? Yes, plenty. And this thing is just cranking these screws out as fast as it can at this point. Cranking those babies out. We also need to run back over here before we forget. To the ma'am. Go to our power slugs, and then also, oh, we need some screws. Make a bunch more of those. And we need to get the ability to scan for the power as well. You like that, Thurberg? Yeah, GG. Hey, Caveman Mox, what up? Very rarely do I use the vehicle driving because it was kind of wonky in the beginning, so I didn't use it all that much, but they've really improved it a lot as well. And again, you can still see it's doing its thing. I wonder if I could jump in it when it goes by. Oh, yeah. Hands off. Will it keep going? Now, see, I think it should keep going because it's on autopilot right now. I think it should keep going even if I'm in it. It should keep it going like it's driving on its own. Yeah. See, but it's not going because I'm in the vehicle. So if I let go of the vehicle, it'll go do its thing again. But it's kind of cool, though, because if you run to the other side of your factory, you can just have it going back and forth down the center of your factory. And then if you need it, you just jump in it and you drive all the way over there and you let go, and then it just drives back and forth across your factory. And you'd always kind of have it on, you'd always know it'd be coming back at some point if you forgot it in there. And that's why I usually build a thoroughfare like this where I can go back and forth across. Now, later on, we're going to have hypertubes, and that's not going to be a problem. But early game, I like to get that vehicle so I can go A to Z. Okay, so we got that going, and we also have a new objective up there for the space elevator, which we'll work on. But let's go ahead and work on the most important thing right here, coal power. So we need 50 rotors again and 150 reinforced iron plates, and we've got that on lock because we could do that. We could put all that stuff in there. We'll put what we got in there, and then we'll run past our little cart going over there. And we got a whole bunch of these backlogs. We let that run for a couple hours, and we've been letting it run all this time for our ability to get this going. Boom, there we go, good to go. Now the other thing I need is rotors. And so I need more screws, is basically what I need. Now also over here where I'm running this stuff in is kind of running behind because it needs 100 per minute on these screws. And I can tell you that it's not producing no 100 per minute right now. Right now it's producing 40. So let's go ahead and double this up simply by hitting middle mouse button right over here. Tell it that we want to do screws. say I want to go this way, and then I want to tie into this one by putting a merger there. I'm going to take this and run that into there. Easy peasy, right? Tall to be screws. Need some power. We'll run our power over this way. Right there. And that'll start up. Now, another thing we need to do is back this up right over here. We're going to drop some stuff for a second. We're going to go ahead and, where is it? Down here. We're going to put a splitter in here. I'm going to do what I call the center split. Right here. We just put it right in the center. And then you just go this way with it. I also want to go ahead and put another personal storage back here. It's not lined up. Lined up on the wrong thing. Let's just hit H. And then we can go look and see if it's lined up, right? Oops. What we can do is hit H to line it up. H. And then we'll move it. Move it back a little bit, then left click. Line it right up. It's called hologram. That's a new feature of Update 8. Pretty awesome. So we're going to go ahead and feed that in there. And what's going to do is go ahead and split it on that side. And then we can also split it over to this side. Pick these up now because we got room in our inventory. Same thing here. Put all those in there. Maybe take a couple out for us. And now it's just going to double speed. Now it's doing 80 screws. And you're like, oh, Kismet, that's still not enough. You're absolutely right. We need more. We need more. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and tap right into this. I'm going to turn that back that way. And we're going to cut this in thirds right over here. And we're going to go ahead and do some more spaghetti over here when we send it this way. So now that's getting cut in thirds. And now it's going to run over here. We're going to take this one. We're going to actually run another one here so we have another one for later. Like that. Now that one's going. Now we're going to take that and we're going to run this one, even though we could use it over there. We could definitely use some of those over there. We're going to take this one and we're going to run it over here to our screw thing that we have from before. But because that's producing 80, and if we go over here and we look at how much we need 100, right? We need 100 to make this go at 4 per minute. What we could do is take the 80 and 80 and run that. And then we can use half of this, which is going to produce 40, right? Half of that and run that out. So that's good. Now remember, it's got to go in at 10, which is definitely going in at 10. It's actually come out at 120 and splitting into thirds. But we want to go ahead and split this again right here. And we will have it go in there. And there. There we go. We'll have it go in here. Now we got a pole right in the way, so we're going to take this pole out for a second. We're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to put the pole up on top, and then run the pole into that. There we go. This way, that's going to allow us to feed this back over here. Now again, what we're trying to do is get the screws over there. And again, this is what we call serious spaghetti here, everybody. But I can merge it right there. So we'll go ahead again, put this in here, and just willy-nilly throw this all up. Don't worry, everybody. I'm going to tear this all down at some point. If you're getting triggered, which I find funny, I am going to tear all that down. And then we'll run that in there, and we'll double check. All right, so I believe this is my screw one. Let's go look at the front of it. Yes, all right. And so the extra 20 is going to go in there. It's going to start backlogging screws for me, right? So I can use them to make rotors too, or make whatever I want. But I want my rotors to be at full speed. Now, another thing that I'm doing over here is I'm backlogging a bunch of these smart platings so I can use those. And you actually use them quite a bit in the later game. So I've got 14 there, right? But I need to actually produce 500 of these now. Not just 25, but 500, and run 500 of them in there. So what I really want to do is have the ability to run those out. Oops, sorry, didn't want to do that. Run those out. I can also take them back and feed them back into there, and they'll come out of there and then go into the space elevator. So this whole thing that I set up to do 25 actually helps me to do the 500 that I need to do next. Now, the 500 are going to take a lot longer. They're going to not take 10 minutes. They're going to take 100 minutes, right? Because it's basically the same amount if you scale it up and so on. So roughly 100 minutes or so it's going to take. And so we're just going to let that run and run and run. And then we'll have one of the 3 things done for our next phase. And that's what that whole entire thing is set up for. It's set up just for that purpose, so that I can continue to run those both in the first stage and in the second stage. But that's okay, because we won't need the second stage yet, because we still got a whole lot to do in this stage, right? Including needing a ton of screws. So let's go. Oh, he's still driving. Let's go over here and grab what screws we've got so far. And then we're going to go over here. And again, if it's like 50 of them, I suggest you just make them yourself. If it's like 500 of them, then you want to automate the process for sure. Absolutely. And there we go. Now, another problem I have is that I need more screws. And I can actually make screws faster than it can. And I've got a lot of extra rods sitting up here. And so I can run over here and just make the screws myself. In fact, I can make 4,000. Now, as I'm making screws, I can scroll down here and take a look at my rotors and see how many rotors I can make, and just wait to the point at which I can make 49 rotors, highlight the rotors, start the rotors going, and then go take a break, which I love to do. I've done that before. I was going to set up a string of carts to ferry resources around. I know, right? You can definitely put stuff in the carts and then have them run it all the way to the other side, and then you travel over there, and then the cart comes by, and then you jump in it and you grab it, or you jump and grab the resources out of it. That's pretty cool. There's also bigger vehicles that you could use for that, for transporting resources back and forth, either transporting it back to your base or transporting it to your base, or to different factories or whatever you want to do. All of that stuff is totally doable. Now, one of the problems with creating screws is that the rotor also needs iron rods. So while I'm creating those screws, I'm actually diminishing the amount of rods that I have as well. So at some point, this number will stop going up. In fact, it'll probably start going down because you have less rods, thus you can make less rotors. So good to keep an eye on it. You definitely don't want to AFK right here, because you could burn up all of your rods, and then you have no rods. You can't make the actual rotors, which is pretty funny. But I do like to watch the number there and just do this manually. This is just way faster to do manually than to go in there and make a bunch of rotor production, make more power, do all of that. It just takes a lot longer. And right now we had about 50 minutes of power. We should probably go refeed our power once we have this done. And then we should be good, because really what we want to do is get to coal power today. And I know one of the best places in the game to get that coal. And we're going to get it. Oh, you guys crushed those retweets as well. There you go. 2,000 caps for crushing those retweets, everybody. Appreciate you. We're doing an epic playthrough of the experimental Update 8 of Satisfactory, one of the greatest building games of all time, especially factory game. There's a lot of other great ones out there. Factorio, of course, Dice Program, and just a giant list of them, everybody. And this one is second to none. This is like the Witcher 3 of building games. Absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. If you like building factories and managing factories and running lines and doing all of that, they just iterate on it so incredibly focused and so incredibly well. Every single update is an amazing update in itself. Let alone how well it progresses the game over time. It's very impressive, everybody. I don't think I've seen any other game company iterate as well as Satisfactory does on theirs. Just so good. Almost there. Now, also what we can do is, while we are doing that, it was making me some more screws. Just pop over here, grab some more out of there, run back over here, see how many I can do now. 40. Nice. All right, let's keep going. Getting there. Also, by the way, I can close some of this stuff out so I don't have to look at all of this. I'm not making any of this right now, but I am making screws. And I could probably close that one as well. There we go. And then you can see it a little easier. You can see both things at the same time. Certainly not hurting for rods, that's for sure. Definitely want to make a big backlog of those at this point. So close. There we go. 49 is what we need because we already got one. Let's do it. Looking good. Just patiently waiting. Now, I could go scalp some rotors out of my other things and have them making rotors for me at the same time, but I find it's not worth it. Just let it make smart plating. It's already made 39 of them already, and when it's done doing that smart plating, then I can just divert it, and it will just make me rotors all day long, which is awesome. Very, very awesome. All right. Oh, we made more than we need. 52. All right, there we go. Let's put that in there. Coal power.
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Okay, thanks for that deep understanding. Now, what I did is I just put 3 water extractors and 4 coal generators over there because we're going to need those. Also, we're going to need the ability to extract the coal. So we're going to need some miners. So let's say 3 miners. That we're going to need. So we're going to need all of that. So right now it says we're going to need 60 copper sheets, 70 rotors, and then 3 portable miners. Now, I haven't even started my copper sheets, and I suggest to start those the second that you got them. Like right now is a good time. So we're going to go over here, and I just doubled the production ability of this to run. So now what we can do is go over here and say, you know what, I want to go ahead and switch some of these to copper sheets. Now, I could go in and run another line and do all of that, which is probably the smart thing to do, instead of having this go over there. So I can go ahead and back off a little bit on my wire for right now. So we'll take that out right here. And then we'll go in here and we'll say, go ahead and make copper sheets. Now, notice it uses the same components, so we're retooling the factory to go ahead now and make something different, which is copper sheets. And then we're going to take this out. We're going to rework this. I'm just going to go ahead and put a nice little center merger in here to make it easy. Run that there, run that here. And now we need to get this resource all the way to the other side. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to run it over here, do a little willy-nilly, what I like to call it. Willy-nilly line running. And we'll go ahead and run that down there. Ah, it's clipping. No clipping. Bad monkey. There we go. All right, that's going to go ahead and start running those copper sheets down there. Now, up here, we've got some other stuff that we want to run. This one right here is my reinforced iron plates. And I want to take these copper sheets, and I'm going to go ahead and run them right in this box up here so I can access these copper sheets from up above. Now, I strongly suggest you just go straight to Mark II on these. You're going to need an absolute ton of these. Ooh, I think that's a little low. I can't even get up there. There we go. You're going to need a massive amount of these for sure. In fact, I should probably take out even more of these or add more of these in because I doubled up my production now. So I could basically double this up if I want to. And over here, we're using this one to basically go in and produce more of our cables here, right? So this is coming in at 60. Each of these are outputting at 30, so 30, 30, that's 60. So that's already balanced for making cable. And this one over here was connecting these two together and then running the wire down and running the excess of the wire. So I no longer need this one. I can just go ahead and take this line out, or I could have tapped into that line too. But I'm just going to take that out for right now because I'm good on wire right now. I can just let that run. Now, what I suggest you also do, since this one's only, this one's using 20 on the input and 20 on the input here, so that's 40. Over here, we've got 15 and 15. That's going to be 30, so 40, 50, 60, 70. It's only using 70 of 120. So what we want to do is expand this big time. Remember, every time you start to expand this, though, remember that you got to find some way of powering it some more, right? You got to put more and more power in and so on down the line. So if we take 70, hey Siri, what's 120 minus 70?
120 minus 70 is 50.
Okay, it says 50. So for 50, what can we get? Well, we can get 2.5 of these running. So I'm just going to do 2. 2 will be more than enough for now. So I'm going to go ahead and try to line these up if it lets me. And again, we'll go look. Oh, that's looking good. Except for the inputs and outputs are wrong. I just realized. Get those right. Let's get this. Hit, rotate that. Hit H. There we go. Does that look good? Yes, it does. Click it. And it's in and lock it. Hit H to hologram. Looks good on both sides. Inputs there. Nice. Okay. So this is going to end up going that way. This is this way. This goes to there. Oh. I mean, that'll still work, but I don't like it. There we go. And then we'll tie the power across. This one into there. This one into here. And we're going to see if our power goes off. And then this will be, nope. Copper sheets. There we go. And copper sheets there. Very nice. And then now it's going to go ahead and feed that down. Now, we definitely need to speed these babies up, because I can see already that these suckers are going too slow. The new ones I'm already using level 2s, but these were level 1s that I used for these. And we need to pump this down the line. Pump it! There we go. Now we're talking. Let's pump all this up. So this is going at 120. We'll need to get our feed lines in the back, so that's bringing in the ore at 120. Did we get that one already? Nope. And then this has got to go at 120. And this has got to go at 120. Again, you got to walk it all the way back. Now, because these are pure nodes, they already started at 120. My belt is the thing that's actually slowing it down. So now all I have to do is walk it back here, and I just doubled my production. Simply because it's already a pure node, it's already producing at 120. All I needed was the better belts. And that's going to help me do it. It's also going to help me move faster across the belt. Look how fast you can go now. Now, another cool thing is that I did backlog a bunch in there, as you can see. So now when I turn that 120 on, that baby just popping off, right? And because I have so much extra, I could also split it again. If I had the double box, I could actually send 120 out on one and 120 out on the other and burn up all the excess that's in there. Now, another thing I can do is say, you know what, I got way too much excess in here, or I don't have enough room. I got to offload some of this stuff. And then I can take all of that, put that in the awesome sink, and just get rid of it. It's also when I move my base or I tear my base down, I get rid of all the excess just so I don't have to micromanage it, because I can always make it again. All right, do we got any sulfur that we found? We did. All right, awesome. Let's do it. Hey, Notorious TDK in the chat, everybody. Show some love in the chat. That's your official button now, Notorious TDK. Whenever I see you, man. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Come on now. This is an interactive stream up in here. Show some love in that chat. Let's see. We need some coal and some more sulfur. We're going to have to track down some sulfur pretty quickly and get that going. But really want to get our perpetual power going. Now, one of the things we need to do is double check on our power here. We're going to go ahead and grab a bunch of these out of here and refill our power here. Oh, it's still got quite a ways to go. Quite a ways still to go. But if we take the minute to go in here and fill it up, then we know we've got an hour where that's still just going to run and run and run, and we don't have to worry about it, right? That's the cool part of feeding it all in there at the same time and making sure they're all nice and balanced. And they have the same amount of biofuel in them. So one of them doesn't go off and then causing all the rest of them to go off, which really sucks. You do not want that to happen. I've had it happen. I can vouch. It sucks. But you can see I'm burning through a lot of biofuel right now, ain't I? Yeah, it's the more of these you put down, the more of that biofuel you're just going to be absolutely burning over here. But we got plenty of power, which is awesome. But we definitely need to make some more biofuel. So that's going to basically give us a little bit of risk here. Now, in the back of my biofuel, take this out of here now. You can see I've got wood there and I've got leaves here. Now, the reason why I have that is because the two constructors are different, right? This one does wood and this one does leaves. So I got to make sure I put it in the correct one when I'm putting my leaves in there. So it then takes those leaves, feeds it in here, makes the biomass, and biomass then goes in there. But now my production's starting back up again. Same thing over here. If I had some wood, I could feed that in there, and so on. Now, I have a bunch of other stuff that I don't really need on me right now that eventually I will want to use for other stuff. But I'm going to just go right over here and put all this stuff back in here, including my tickets, any extra of this stuff. I could be making a power slug right now. I'll save it for later. And there we go. And any other equipment I'm not using. I'm not really using my object scanner, but I could use it now. I could take my object scanner now, put it in here, then use my... oh, did we scan it? I don't think we scanned for it. Hold on. Did we do it in the MAM yet? Oh, we didn't do the MAM thing yet. Oh, because we needed screws. That's right. That's right. We needed the screws. Look at my little cart diligently just driving itself around there. MAM over here. And we needed them screws. Perfect. Okay, now we can scan. Over here? No. Oh, we can scan for sulfur now, too. Cool. How do I change that thing? Oh, there we go. Just right-click. There we go. So, out of range. Now, you can increase the range in which you can scan for stuff. I rarely ever use this thing. Ever. Oh, 1200 that way is some sulfur, too. Get out of here, you. Oh, and you hold down the left mouse button. It'll give you the... That's what I was looking for. How do you get the wheel? You hold down the left mouse button. And so, when you get close to one of these things, it'll start beeping. But apparently, I got all the ones nearby. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh. Oh, yeah. That way. There's one over there that way. So yeah, I rarely ever use that thing, everybody. Normally I just use my intuition and run around and I see a bunch of them, I just pick them up. You just go explore and you'll find absolutely tons of them everywhere. But if you need to scan for stuff, there you go. You got a little scanner thing that you can scan for all that. Okay, so all this we've been doing, it's already got 89 of those done. And again, I'll just let it run for now and then try to get those rotors going later on. Now, is there anything else we need to get going here? There's vehicular transport in here. If I had 100 rotors and then also some modular frames, by the way. But if you look in here, you're going to like, well, where's modular frames in here to make modular frames, right? If I go look for them in this new thing, because you're like, oh, I don't know. How do I make the modular frames? Well, the modular frames are actually pretty sneaky. They're actually in Tier 2 here, wherever I can find them. They're actually right there in Tier 2. And modular frames are made from all that other stuff that we're making over there as well. And that's, we want to get our rotors going and our modular frames going as well. But again, our power is the #1 thing, right? That's what we want to get going. We want to get a lot of copper sheets, a lot of rotors, and then portable miners. We can make those when we get there. That's pretty easy. We just put our little thing down, run over here, and you can see I can make 150 portable miners right now. So we're good on that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our copper sheets over here and see how we're doing. Right over here, we got 200 of them already. All right, we got more than enough of our copper miners right now. But we're going to actually need way more than that because we're going to be doing piping as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at our pipes down here, which we just got. I'm also going to switch my set down here. I forgot to do an option. Hold down option, you switch it. And then we're going to do power line. Oop, nope, not like that. We're going to press 1 for power line. There we go. Let's see. 2 for pipe. 3 for this. Splitter. 4 of that. And this, what it's doing, put it down my quick keys down there. And that will allow us to go ahead and run those pipes. I also like the stackable pipes. Those are also awesome. We'll try to get that in the awesome sync. But basically now I have a set just for running pipes and managing pipes and running those across. And I might put the pipeline support there, but they also did it on pipes as well. So when you're dragging out the pipe, it'll automatically put the support there if you need it. And if you don't, you're just going to connect it, then it won't do it, which is pretty cool. Same thing with the driving by. It'll do the same thing with your other ones as well, your conveyor belts. Okay, now our biggest thing again is going to be rotors. Let's go over here and do some more rotors. Let's see if we got any more screws first, just to save us a little time. Yeah, 85. Very nice. And again, we'll scale all that up. But again, there's no point in scaling it up if you don't have the power to run it, right? If you just want to sit around and go and collect 10,000 tons of biofuel, you go right ahead. You could totally do it with biofuel. Absolutely. You can do biofuel all day long. You love that? Yeah. That's my official TDK button now. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Ems, what up? So again, instead of me building a whole bunch of power, me going and collecting massive amount of biofuel and making biofuel, what I can do instead is just make it myself. And that's way faster, for sure. Way faster. Now, the funny irony is that once we get one power going, it's going to allow us to do more of this. And then you really want to scale up the power. Now, my main goal is to run the power from where I am over that way. And then get the coal extracting. Then run the coal over here. So I don't have to keep going over there all the time. I want the coal just to come to me. Why do I want to go over there and have to, hyper tube over there or drive my vehicle over there 10,000 times? I would rather just bring it over here where I'm working my main base. And then I've also got tons of water down below. So I don't have to run the water. I don't have to do all of that. I can bring the coal to the water as opposed to the water to the coal, right? Much better way of doing it, much more efficient in the long run as well. All right, if I don't see this number going up, there we go, then that means I'm burning up my my rods as well. And we got to do 70 of these. I can make 78 modular frames too. Let's go ahead and run back over here and check more screws. There we go. And especially get more rods from up here. There we go. Now this is still making rods here, and what I'm doing right now is running those rods out over here to this other side, and I can see that they're not all being used. So what I can also do, just to make it easier on myself, to keep that perpetually running so it'll never stop running, is also to run half of the screws over that way. So half of the screws are going to go into that box, and the other half of the screws are going to go that way. So now it's going to start burning, rods. It's going to start burning up all those rods in both directions. And now that will perpetually run. It's no longer an offline thing. It's now online, where basically it has all of the resources it needs to run indefinitely. I can just let it run and run as long as I have power. And eventually, when I have perpetual power, coal power, then I can let it run forever. I can just AFK for days on end. Okay, now we need to go over here and we need to think about how are we going to bring our line through so that we can bring our coal through here and then run it down to where the water is, which happens to be right down there. Now you can see I've already made myself a little ramp here to remind myself where I'm running this to. And so I'm just going to go ahead and continue this down. Now we didn't have enough concrete before to do this at the very beginning. And now we've run this down in the water. You can see it's about down, half down in the water as well. Now I'll show you a great little trick. You can run it like this where you're up above the water. But what you really want to do is be set down in the water a little bit. And the reason why you want to do that is so that you don't need any pumps. Because what will happen is it'll come out of the floaty water extractors and go down. Down is a positive head lift. If it's going like this, then you need a pump to pump it up. But if it's going down, that's gravity, baby. That does all the work for you. And that's what we like to do. And they actually have that in the game. They actually have that built in where you can use the gravity of the world to actually run it. Now, here's the trick. Run down in there and see if you're swimming. If you're swimming, it's too deep. You've run it too deep there. Take that back out again. Oh, I did a little too many there. Take that back out and then make it a little less like this. And then it just needs to be just a little bit in the water. Enough where you're walking across the water like this, but it's not really far in there where you're swimming, right? And now we're good. Now we can make ourselves a big old factory as far as we feel like doing of coal plants like this. Now we just got to get the coal over here. Now we could start on the water and do all the water, but that's pointless for right now. What we want to do is run power from where we are all the way over there. Now another thing that I will do before I start is say, where am I going to store all of this coal that I'm going to send over here? Well, that should be the first thing that I'm putting down. The ability to store, oh, I've got a fluid buffer too. The ability to, I'm going to put these off to the side too. Let's go ahead and put it like that. And then over here, we're going to put two places where we can store that coal. And we're going to run that coal right over here. And so we know the end result of where that's going to be. Right? And then what we can do is we can say, okay, how many lines are we going to run? Right? Like, what are the level of nodes? Now, if I go in and I search for iron nodes, what it actually does is, you can see my cart moving on the map too. What it will do is actually show you the nodes where you're at. Right there. Now, if I want to search for coal, I can search for coal. And that will eventually show me on the map where it is. Now, the problem is some of the areas are blackened out. But we heard it go off, right? It made that ting that there is some nearby in this direction over there, which I already knew. But it says there's some over here somewhere. But we haven't been there, so it's going to be kind of fog of war where you won't be able to see it. By the way, the world is all one giant map, no matter where you start. And so we've got to go over here and figure out what's going on over on that side. So, but we want it to end up over here, and we've got to kind of think about how many lines are we going to run. We're going to be running it at 120. So maybe if they're normal nodes, we could extract them at 60, or maybe we could overclock them and then maybe get like 80 or 220 or 240 if we had the lines for it. But basically, we want each line to be filled up, right? We want each line to be filled up with that 120. So we can go ahead and start to establish, okay, how are we going to run our lines? And we can start from the end and work our way backwards, or we can start that side and then work this way. The first thing I'm going to do is take my MAM out of the way. I'm also going to take all this stuff out of the way because it's going to be in my way. Take this out. And I've got a bunch of resources in here I'm going to take out of there. I'm going to take this out. And this way I've got a nice thoroughfare going through here. Now, it's kind of more open on this side than it is on that side, so I'd probably run it right along here. Now, another thing I'm going to add that we unlocked is the stackable conveyor pole. Incredibly useful, by the way. And so we're going to go ahead and put that stackable conveyor pole kind of off to the side here. And we're going to stack that 3 high. And what we want to do is we want to get this down there. Now, I'm a big fan of making this at least 3 wide so you don't end up killing yourself like that. Now, if you see that this actually, the right side of it is hitting this and it's not really centered off of that. So I'll fix all that later, but for right now, we'll just run it like this. And then we'll say, all right, this one over here. Right there we go. And then we'll run this out. Oh, those are ramps, not ramps. Ramp go this way. There we go. And then this that way. And these that way. Then we'll take this one. Put it back in there, right there. The lifter. And there we go. So now we can run that down pretty nicely. And what we want to do is basically check the max distance. So we just go ahead and connect to the bottom one. We drag it until it turns red. Okay, right about there. Now, I wouldn't trust it. I would go and back up by 1 because sometimes it'll tell you it can do that, but it lies. Then we'll go ahead and run the direction of the belt that we want to go. Oops, that actually was not the right one. Try that again. Ugh. My fingers. Cooperate. There we go. That bottom one. And then I can try to run it all the way down there. Like that. Boom. Right into that box. And then I can make more boxes for it to tie in. But there we go. There's our first box tied in. And then we can go ahead, take this one, and try to tie it to this side. Oh, it didn't quite reach. That's always the way it goes, everybody. Always goes like that, where it just doesn't quite make it. But we'll take this one, and we'll tie it across here. The second one. And then we'll tie it down there. All right, so now we have 2 layers that we can run. Right over there. And let's go ahead and add a 3rd layer. And this one will put up a little, out of iron plates. Always out of something. I'm not that out of it. I just don't have it in my inventory. But it's over here making a whole bunch of them. And I made a whole bunch extra right here. Now, of course, I'll need to make more of those eventually as well. But we're going to burn through these iron plates like nothing when we're running these level 2 lines. Grab this one. A little higher. Oh, backwards. I feel like one of the things that it should do is match the one that's next to it. I mean, if you pick it up, it should match the direction of the one that's already there. I've suggested that like a million times. Hopefully they add that eventually. This way you don't end up redoing it like I just did. There we go. And there we go. So now we have 3 lines all set up, ready to rock. Now when you're on a flat area, you can go much further. Now one of the things I want to do is go over here and go to my little car, open the record menu, disable the autopilot, and then I'm just going to delete the path too, because I was just doing that for fun. I always like to have my vehicle on me at every given moment. Including, I think when you pick up your vehicle, if you had it in your hand slot, it should automatically go back into your hand slot. So you don't forget. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Another great addition to the game. Now we're at 146 up there, by the way. Very nice. And now we've got a lot of work to do, everybody. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Right over here. Oh, let's do the top one first. Now, you don't have to necessarily do it in the direction if you've already established the direction of your lines, but it's a good habit to get into. Now, this is the stuff that takes the longest in the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 right here. Sometimes you got power lines in the way. They changed where the targeting is of that thing, of the center thing. And it totally throws me off now, but I'll get used to it. I think it's a good change. And I can't wait to get used to it so I can really throw down on it. All right, we need to stock up on a bunch more resources. Let's get over here and stock up on, man, we got a ton of that. Let's get a bunch of that. Oh, mama, look at all that concrete. Nice. Sort that out. Maybe go over here, do a little slide. Oh, I forgot how to do my slide. Huh. I forgot. Put some more of this in here. And then what little wood we have over here. Let it continue to do its thing. offload some of these extra resources. This and this. We're going to need to bring some of this, but not that much. And always good to balance out your inventory. What you can. Over there. Oh, what the heck are you doing? Get out of there. Let's see if there's any more wood or clay. No, there's no more of that over there. All right. Awesome. Let's see. And I don't need to take these portable miners. Actually, I wonder what node those came from. These portable miners came from some node somewhere, and I'm not going to need my scanner thing. What I need is I need inventory space to carry all this stuff over there. And I also need full stacks and not half stacks. Like some of these are half stacks. Like this is just 4. So I don't want to carry just 4. I want to carry an absolute ton of these. In fact, I want to take them all. And the same thing with my plates over here. I don't want to carry just 66 of them. I want to, if I'm going to use a stack, I might as well have 200 in the stack, and so on and so forth. You get the general idea. And let's see, we do not have enough rotors. We're definitely going to need to make more of those. There's a bunch more of that. Okay, now we got a bit of a problem that it's kind of running into our machinery here. And that's definitely going to be an issue. But that's okay. I'm going to fix that real easy by lifting up this. Now, here's what I could do. I got 2 options, or really 3 options. I could run along the ground, which would be option number 1. Option number 2, I could just try to run it straight through that opening right there, right? That opening right above in front of us. Or I can try to go up and over the top of it. And I've done the up and over part. We're going to try the through part this time. We're going to see right where that is. We're going to go ahead and use the smaller foundation here. And we're going to zoop our way across there. Now, see, I don't like touching my, my factory stuff there. But we're just going to roll with it for now. And see how this works out. Also, we're going to need our chainsaw in here. Now, one of the problems of removing stuff is that you can't reach it from up here, right? I can't grab that tree that's down there that's in my way and get rid of it, sadly. But that's really not what I'm worried about right now. I'm worried about making my way through to the other side of this particular lift here. So what I want to do is figure out how high I need to be up and all of that. So we need to work on that. So let's say 2, 3 more up, 4 more up. So 4 more up, like this. Oh, see, that's still not. 5 more up. Still not enough. And then say we ran that across there. It actually lands here. Watch out for mobs. By the way, you can't pick up leaves while you have your chainsaw for some reason. It's a little annoying, but such is the way it goes. Now, this is not actually where we want to go, though there is a hard drive and stuff you can do in there and special plans you can do. This is actually not where we want to go. We want to go all the way past this, down the waterfall, and down on the other side. But what we're trying to do is center this across here. Now, this one's up higher, so I can cut this one down. There we go. And let's go ahead and move this over. And then we're going to go back the other way. And then we're going to reverse engineer this down the other way. Go chop these trees down first. Got both of those trees at the same time and that tree over there. Got them all at the same time. Watch how subtle you can be with this. I can kind of move up. There we go. Move up, and then it brings it down instead of going up. Right? So now I got a nice wide thing there I can try to jump up on and get up there, but the mobs can't get up there because it's not all the way on the ground. So there we go. Okay, so again, what we're going to do is we're going to reverse engineer where this thing on this top part ends up over there, right where we want it, and then is high enough where it can just keep on going and then end up on the other side. So that's what we were doing there, figuring out the elevation and figuring out where we wanted to do it. Like that. Now I can just go in the opposite direction. Now make sure you got a lot of concrete and a lot of plates to do all these kind of things. And again, going way back again. Remember, you can always take it out, get your resources back, so there is no wrong building. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Let's say, take this. Run that up. Take this and align that to that. See how far I built that away from me? I built it from way down there, everybody. That's why this game is amazing. I mean, look, you can highlight stuff way over there. Way over there. I can even tell it that I want to dismantle only the storages. And notice it won't highlight anything but my storages there. See, it only got the storages. So that's a great dismantle feature they added in Update 8 as well. Incredibly great, everybody. Incredibly great. Everything that you'd want to make things work right. And just make it a little bit easier to go through and build your super mega factory. For sure, for sure. Okay, so now that we got that done, we have this other line here that we don't really want. So what we want to do is go ahead and dismantle that. So what I'm going to do is say dismantle only these. And notice it won't even do the flat things. It'll only do ramps. So now it's only going to do ramps there. Then I'll get out of there, turn off the dismantle filter, turn it back on again. And then now it... Oh, now it is doing ramps. Foundation 1 millimeter. There we go. So now it'll only dismantle foundation 1 millimeters and not accidentally dismantle the rest of my stuff, which I don't want it to do. And I have done that so many times. In fact, I've actually accidentally taken out the foundation I was standing on and went, whoop! I went straight down and died. Who's done that in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever done that in a game. You've accidentally take out the support that you were standing on, whether it was 7 Days to Die or Satisfactory or something else, where you just accidentally just totally made yourself fall. I've done it in a bunch of different games. So that filter is awesome. Incredibly brilliant. Another brilliant addition to the game by the devs. So big love to Coffee Stain there. Now, there we go. We got that all lined up. Let's let that run. Now, we don't want to get too far, because what we want to do is by the time we get there, we want to have the infrastructure already ready to go. Meaning we want to already have the power run. We want to already have our stuff run. Now, we don't need to walk anymore, everybody, because we got our vehicle. So we go ahead and throw down our vehicle. And I suggest get this vehicle as quick as possible. We don't slow down, everybody. Woo-hoo! Woo-woo! Whoa! Who let Kismet drive? That was your first mistake. Recovered it, though. Woo! All right. First lesson of driving is not let me drive. Because I'm a crazy driver. All right, there we go. That's much faster. Oh, I don't have enough room in my factory thing. Oh, hold on. Put this over here. And deal with... Oh, we can put this over here, though. We can put this over here and make a little bit more biofuel. Now, our goal is to get this done before we run out of fuel. Because we definitely are going to run out of fuel in about an hour real time. So we need to get this stuff going. And we can go collect a bunch more and put a whole bunch in there and have the factory making us more. But that's going to be our goal, is to get that fired up. Now, we've already run our stuff here. Eventually, we're going to need to run our power down that way, which we'll do later on. But what I'm going to do is just kind of drag out a power line, and I'm going to stick it right next to that. Right? Now, every other one is when you need to run your power. Now, one of the cool things is they also have other connectors where you can connect under it, or you can connect on the side. And you connect it on the side and then put your foundation in there, and you'll never know that power is there. It's a pretty great way of hiding it. But what I do is I put it next to each and every one, and then this way I have a bunch of power lines that I can run off of that. Now, there's also some epically big power lines which we're going to use, and we're going to eventually replace these with the big power lines that we're going to use to run it clear across the whole entire zone. But for right now, we need to use the small ones. Also, it's a good idea if I filled this in over here too, so we don't go flying anywhere. There we go. And so we're going to go ahead and divert this over here. Now, before I divert that over there, I'm going to raise this up just a little bit above these wires here. I'm kind of feeling like right about there. And then we're going to do some more zooping. Zoop, zoopy, zoop. There we go. And run some more lines. Right to there. Always do the top one first, and I even forget myself. Otherwise, these other ones get in your way. Come on, you. There we go. Now I'm going above and beyond. I could actually just go make the power over there by the extractors and then just let it run and just run a power line here. But I don't want to do that. I want to bring all the coal over here, and I'm also building in expansion for later. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, perfect. Right at 5. Now I suggest when you're going up at an angle, you go at 5. And when you're going on a flat, you go to 6. 6 foundations on the bottom. Again, we'll run our power here. And again, you don't have to do it too much. You can do it every other one if you want. I do it every one so that I can use that power down there in my factory. Now, when I start going long distances, then I'll go every other one because it uses less resources. And that's really helpful. I'm loving it. Loving it. It's incredibly good, Thurlos. It's incredibly good. Loving everything about it. I've never played, but I know it's something that I would do. Yeah, there you go, Big Mike. Absolutely. You're in the fall through the foundations you just took out club. All right, let's throw that up there. Now, again, when we get to the other side, we should be good. If I did it all correctly along the way. Oh, I did that up too high, actually. Take those back out. I put one too many in there. Let's try to keep it nice and consistent. Oh man, I gotta get this new aiming down. It really does throw you off when you're just trying to figure out where your aiming is. And there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and put our things in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. 2 and 3. And we don't need to bring our power line forward yet, and so we'll do top. What I do is I usually go from one direction, and then I go the other direction, and then I go the other direction. It doesn't matter because it automatically turns the conveyors in your favor. All right, now we're going to get focused. And we're going to go every other one. I feel like it's easier to go this way because you can see the end one a little bit better and snap it from there first and then go that way. I don't know, that's just my preference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what I'm doing each time. I'm counting that in my head from each one. Yeah, I feel like it's totally easier to go in this direction. Lock in first here, and then the belt doesn't get in your way when you're running it. And over here. By the way, I'm also using my my hotkeys at the bottom. And I have a Razer Naga which allows me to go this way on that bottom one. Allows me to press different buttons on the side. I have 12 buttons on the side, so I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the side of my mouse, which is what makes this so easy. Makes it very, very easy when you have a bunch of buttons on the side of your mouse. It's actually my favorite mouse. Or actually, no, it was my favorite mouse. I actually like the new Corsair one. But I use that one on my video editing machine. And you're like, how could you use buttons on video editing? Well, I have it set where if I press 1, it cuts the video. If I press 2, it cuts everything from where I am and to the front. Or if I press 3, it cuts everything after where I am. Also, if I press 4, it makes a still screen. That kind of stuff is so incredibly helpful, even faster than command keys. You just press 1 button and it does all of those things. It's really helps with your efficiency. 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's what you want to do. You want to get to the end product as fast as you can, because then it gives you more time to do other things. Like play some Satisfactory. Like in this case. So cool, you can grab it from that far back. So cool. They even made the big wires that you can do. You can even do it even further in the big wires. It's pretty cool. Very, very cool. All right, we're getting there. Now we got to do something about this tree that's going to be in our way. But we'll deal with that. I'm just waiting to run out of resources because I know it's going to happen. 3, 4, 5, 6. We are definitely going to run out of resources at some point. Oh, and wow, I called it. It's right there. Now, we got... Oh, no, I forgot my thing. I forgot my car. Oh, no. So I was going to say, we put the car down and we run back, but now we're going to see the torture that is forgetting to bring your car with you. That's okay. It won't take too long. But we ran out of reinforced iron plates, and so we're going to need a lot more reinforced iron plates to get to the other side. Now, if you get to this point, everybody, and if you're getting frustrated because you're out of resources or whatever, the best thing to do is just let the stuff run. Even make a bunch on your character and let that run, and just AFK. AFK until it makes a bunch of resources for you, and then you come back and then you can continue on with your building. I find that works pretty good. Wow, look at our cool factory just showing up in the horizon there as we walk along. And we're about halfway there, so we got a lot done in that run. And always remember to pick up your cart. And all you gotta do is forget it once, and then it like reminds you every time. Okay, I gotta get my cart before. Okie dokie. How we doing? We're at 230 up there at the top. Okay. Now the problem, what's been happening here is it hasn't been making reinforced iron plates this whole time. It's been making them so I could put them in the space elevator. So if I run over here, I probably have a backlog of these running back into this machine that I could probably go and grab out of there like this. Now also, this machine may be stopping because it doesn't need all of those. It doesn't need that many to keep this going over here. So what I should have been doing this whole time, and I just thought of it, is siphoning a bunch of these off of here to be run back the other way. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little spaghetti here. Let's see, right about here. And this is what's called spaghetti, everybody, when you just kind of willy-nilly do it right in the moment. And you grab this, and I'm going to run it back over here where it was connecting back into my box, and all of that excess that it's going to make is going to run off into that box too. So you can see I've got a bunch more, though, that I can use in the interim. Now, again, this one's producing 5 per minute there, 5 per minute here, so that's 10. And then over here, this is not using it. Where's it going? This way. This is going that way. There we go. These are going up to the front here, and those are using 2 per minute. So basically, just one of those is producing enough for both of those, right? And then these also have a stack of 100 in there, so I can grab those out as well and use those, and then let it catch up and do all of its stuff on its own while I'm busy doing something else. And that's the kind of stuff that I love to do. Let's go over here and make sure that it is making it into the box. Yes, it is. And I just wanted to kind of speed that along. And so we've kind of almost got halfway done with that. And then we're going to be able to take out the smart plating and just make rotors all day long. And then we need those rotors. We need about 70 of them to make our water extractors, coal extractors, all of that fun stuff as well over there. All right, now we need to get back over to the other side. Did I not pick it up again? Holy mackerel. Oh, man, Kismet dropping the ball over here. Should have been the first thing I did. That's okay, I'll just get it in the little sucker. Let's go. We got places to be. I like how it leans. It actually makes me nervous when it leans. Whoa! Kismet driving right there. Hold on, there's a red alert. Oh no! Almost fell off. Oh, it actually made the door go up. I don't think I've ever seen it do that. Red alert! Now watch out when you come up to the top, because it will catch air right there. But this little sucker jams, man. Goes like 50 miles an hour. A little too close to the side for my comfort. Get out. Pick it up. And rock on. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, mouse, what are you doing here, mouse? Let's go. Quit acting funky. Sometimes my mouse gets all funky chicken. I don't like it. Now we got this tree in our way, and I hate it when the trees are in my way. So we can just go ahead and grab our chainsaw, right, and grab it. See, but it's not highlighting because we're not hitting it low enough till we get it. Now we got to watch out we don't jump off because we could die down there. There could be animals that want to eat our face. I'm sure they're down there that want to eat our face. But we've got to get down from up here down to there so we can cut the bottom part of this off. And that's pretty easy because you got the power to build. You can kind of see where the ground's at. Maybe go a little bit this way. Let's chop down some trees. Now it does AoE cutting. So boom, you just cut all of that in one shot. Over here, I just get the bush and it will get the tree too. And there we go. We took the tree out. These evil trees taking over our beautiful planet that we want to suck of every bit of resources we possibly can for the home office. At least that's my RP, everybody. Not in real life, everybody. Just in game. There we go. Take out this stuff that's touching our base. I don't like it. Stop touching my stuff. That's good enough. Take some of this out too. Just because I feel like it. Just because I feel like it. There we go. Cleared that out nicely. Back to work. Oh. Want no mobs coming up here. I like that. Boom. Get all the resources back. Easy peasy. On we go. Alright. Now, is this tree going to be in our way? Yeah, a little bit. Same kind of thing. Take this, evil tree. What's up, Gringo? How you doing, man? Appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. We're having fun, of course, building ourselves a fun little factory over here. There we go. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good, having fun. This game is incredibly, exceptionally awesome. Even made more so by Update 8. Now I'm in like my second day of my Update 8 playthrough. Look at there's Fred over there. That's what I call that guy, Fred. He's always in the middle of, in my business, whatever I'm doing. He's like, what you doing, Kismet? Let me just get right in the middle of your base. All right, now they got plenty of water over here, everybody. If you do want to just use the coal over here, you can just tap into all this water. I've actually made 120 coal over here. Coal stations, by the way, not just extracting the coal, but I'm talking about 120 of the coal power plants just in this one area, which is pretty awesome. But what I want to do is I want to take that coal and I want to run it back to that other side so I don't have to deal with all that. So right about here is actually a good spot. Let's go ahead and see how this works out if we make a ramp right here and run that ramp down. Now make sure not to walk forward because that's not there yet. When it's blue, that's dangerous. You could fall. It's going to be on that upside. I don't really like it on that upside. I can tell you already I don't like it. Just from looking at it right there and seeing where it's going to hit. I'm holding down the control key, by the way, to take all that out at the same time. And then we'll come up here. And again, just in case we don't, just so we don't take that out, we could hit G to lock in the dismantle filter. And even if I do roll over all of these, you can see it doesn't highlight those. And if I take them out, hopefully, gladly, it's not bugged. Because it then takes it out even though it doesn't highlight. And, I die. But yeah, you can actually make it where you don't accidentally take out the foundations under your character now. It's pretty awesome. I kind of feel like one more. I'm going to try to hit that beach area. And another one. And another one. And another one. That's looking pretty good. Let's give it a shot. See how it looks. We can always take it out and redo it if we want. Yeah, one more. One more. Oh yeah, much better. Bam. Now what I want to do is get this all lined up first, and then I will run the lines. I like to... See, look, there's Fred down there. He's going to be all up in my business. Oh, that's perfect. Perfecto. The first point in which you can hit that sand. Oh, there's somebody who's angry. He's angry! Yeah, try to get up here, sucker. You can't get me. Neener, neener, neener. Watch out. When you talk stuff to the mobs, they always come back and get you later. That's why I don't run my stuff onto the ground, everybody. That's why the mobs come running up there and try to get me. We'll get to that later. And you're like, well, Kismet, this stuff's floating up in the air. You don't have any supports or any of that stuff. Bah. I'm playing the game to have fun, not to do all that support stuff. I have done that in the past, and it takes 10 times longer to do that. And then I end up taking all the supports out and redoing it all and doing all that. That's just too much work. Too much work for an early access game. Now, if I was playing the release version, well, that's something different. And if I was playing on my mega server, that's also something different. Right now, I'm just playing a solo game here on my local machine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Here we go. Come on, let's keep this going. Keep this rocking. Why am I doing it from the hard side? I should do it from the easy side. There we go. Ripped up. Now remember, while I'm doing this, my base back there is working away and doing its thing back over there. Doing more iron plates and all of that. 2. And since I already have smart planing already set up, it's working on that for me as well. Fave companion in Fallout 4, easy, dog meat. Dog meat doesn't care whether you're the biggest white knight or a mustache twirling villain. He loves you all the same. And that's what I love about dog meat. He doesn't judge you. Never judges you. Never gets upset with you. He thinks you're the best, no matter what. And that's why. Now, if you notice, I'm changing sides here. Oh, I'm all out. If you notice, I'm changing sides there so I can run it down the side. So when I come up here, I can run on the outside like this. Now, one of the things that I would do is also run you a second area here so you don't accidentally fall off. Though you probably end up in the water and you may or may not die. I've actually drove off into the water and survived before. That's really fun. But remember, at some point, they're probably going to make that where you die. So keep that in mind. All right, so we're going to put our power right there. We're going to run that down over there. But now we got to go ahead and make our beeline back to our base. And let's see if I fall off the side. 50-50 chance, everybody. Maybe more like 80-20, 70-30. That I'm going to fall off. And again, normally I like to make it at least 3 wide. Because if you do get out of control, you can recover before you go flying off the side. But that's all part of the fun. Good answer. Yeah, it is a good answer. Yeah. And we're going to be playing some more Fallout 4 on Sunday on YouTube at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and on Monday at 10 p.m. on Twitch. Playing a lot of more Fallout 4. We're really crushing it over there, man. We're crushing it right here. This is only day 2, everybody. Day 2 of this. Day 1, we've already got our whole entire production going of the starter stuff, what I call kind of phase 1 of the game, or, the first kind of section of the game. And we've got all of our resources going, including our smart plating and also our reinforced iron plates, which I don't always do in the beginning. If I'm in a hurry, woo, caught a little air there. If I'm in a hurry, I will just avoid doing any of that. I'll just make it manually. Ooh, mama. Got a hard turn in here. Yeah, it's a little different in the way that it drives, too. Just kind of learn to drive this thing. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and pull right back up over here. Let's get out. Let's see how it's doing. Oh, yeah, made us a bunch right there. Good stuff, good stuff. How we doing? We're at 290 smart plates. This may or may not get us down the way. I don't know. We might have to make it back again. Man, why does it turn? Sometimes it turns good, and sometimes it just does. Nope. I guess you got to... Oh, God. Oh, God. Somebody save me. Ah, made it. Now, you do not want to drive this out on the sand, everybody. It's just like slides all over the place. It's the absolute worst place to drive this cart. There we go. It's made for foundations. That's why you don't let Kismet drive, everybody. I'm a crazy driver. All right, let's try that again. Luckily, that wasn't a real far cliff there. All right, here we go. I got pull. Oh, God, going off again. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. It didn't happen. Nothing happened there, everybody. That was on purpose. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was on purpose. Yeah, totally. Or not. There we go. You like that, Paul? Yeah, Kismet driving right there for you. All right, here we go. Getting up here. Now we can put some speed on it. All right, let's go. Try to not hit any more poles on the way. The stream is always going off the rails. Now, what I could have done, too, is instead of running all three, I could have just run one, right? One line to get it started. But what I'm going to do is run all three, because I knew I had enough to get all three down there. And now I'm just going to run one line. And then when I have enough plates, I'll come back and I'll run the other two lines. Because all I wanted to do right now is to start backlogging coal. Now, I'm already starting at the double speed, too, at 120. So that we can really get the coal fired up. And then we can really fire up our power plants. And then once we get those powered up, we no longer need biofuel. And we can run our factory 24/7 if we want. And this is especially good when I'm playing on the server. Oh, wait a minute. Back here, little cart. Oh, no. Oh, it rolls downhill now. It rolls downhill. It didn't used to do that. It would just stay there. Oh, I just learned something new. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back to work here. So now what we're going to do is every 5 instead of every 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're still going to put all 3 there. But we're just going to do the bottom one because we only have so much stuff. And I was just going to run it all the way to here. And then run the bottom one so that we can get our stuff a-rocking. Oh, we got to go every other one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And this is just going to allow us to start up sooner, hopefully. Now we can also take out some of the stuff that we've run and reuse that stuff as well. A lot of different options. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. A little bit further forward. There we go. I still feel like we're going to run out. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to run out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah. Running out for sure. Now, here's what we could do. We could back up and take out some of the lines because we just need a little bit further. Or we can go all the way back and get it. But we want to just go ahead and get this first line going. And to save time, I'm just going to go over here. And I'm just showing you some of my best tricks along the way to run those lines as well. And so we'll take those out. And this one. And this one. And again, we can always run those later when we have the ability to get more of those. Alrighty. Grab that on my way down. Still run the same speed even if you're pulling out power and stuff. There we go. Alrighty. Now what we want to do is go right into here. So I'm actually going to connect this to the ground somewhat right here and see how close we are to the ground. Yeah, not bad. Let's actually pull this up a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and take this. We're going to see if that runs into the ground. It does. All right, up a little bit more. There we go. Run that straight across there. And see, it's up off the ground, so the mobs can't get to me. if I'm up there. Spiders can, by the way. They can climb up the side. If they can reach the bottom of it, they'll climb up the side and get to you. But the hogs have trouble getting to you if you're up off the ground. So you're pretty good right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we can just go right here to the connection. And we'll bring that down. All right, now we need to get to work. Let's go ahead. Get this chainsaw going. Not cut those down. Leave those wherever you are so they're making stuff for you. We're chopping all this down. I'll be listening for baddies while you're at it. Especially get the wood that's fell like that, that's fallen on its
The
side.
mycelia within this fungus suggests strong molecular bonding features frequently observed in adhesives and medicine, both beneficial for field research. A new research tree can now be accessed in the mound.
Look at me doing my thing and stuff and things. Uh-oh. Whoa! Hey-oh! Fire! Fire! Hey-oh! Toro! Toro! Come back here! You don't take on the man. You don't take on the man without consequences. Now, we can't actually even get into that one right there, but that is a normal node right there. We'll come back to that later. We're just going to cut our way across here. Clear this stuff out. How are we looking on inventory? Looking good. This right here, this thing right here. Poof! Got that thing too. This is that Marsilia it's talking about. Fungus, basically. And you're going to need that. One time I did a playthrough, and I totally have forgotten what it looked like. I'd taken a break from Satisfactory and then come back to it. I'd forgotten what it looked like, and then I come back to the game, and then I was right at the end of the game, and I couldn't remember where it was or how to get it or none of that. It's pretty funny. And see these ones that are laying on the ground? Definitely get rid of those. And you just hit one of it, and they'll get all of it. Kind of an AoE. I wish this was a bigger AoE. It would be nicer. Or you could upgrade your chainsaw, and it's a bigger AoE. I don't know. Some sort of something that'll make that a little quicker. What I'm doing is just kind of clearing out the node and trying to remove any obstructions between the node and where I'm going to run it. We're also going to come back here for some more resources later. But for right now, sometimes it doesn't take it out. It's usually because your inventory is full. Now I'm going to do something crazy, everybody. I'm going to throw all the leaves away, and I'm going to throw all the wood away. You're like, Kismet, that's tons of resources. Sure is. But I don't need them. Because in a minute, I'm on perpetual power. Alright, now, we've got a node right there that we can't utilize, but we do have a node right here that we can utilize. So we can go ahead and start doing our miner right now. It's like, Kismet, can't put it down. But all we need to do is go in, grab one of these babies. What up, Fred? See, look, Fred's coming over here. Wants to be. He's like, what are you doing, Kismet? I'm watching you. We're going to make a couple miners down here. There we go. All right, now what we want to do is start up our extraction, right? Want to get this popping right over here. We're going to bring it, actually we'll just run it at the low level. We want to run it straight over this way. And we'll just run it up just a little bit. And we want to get that all the way back to there. Let's go ahead and run some more lines over here. I'm always running at max distance so that it takes less of those poles, so it takes less resources. And again, this is a thing that's going to take you the longest. Uh-oh. We ran out of power, everybody. That might be a bit much. Oh, that was about right. One more up. I like to also put it, even though that's not 6 distance, I like to put it where where it tops like that, where it starts to go into a ramp. It helps a lot. And then at the bottom of ramps, again, you don't have to always make it perfectly 6, but I'm going to tell you that it does make it a lot easier for you to go ahead and get this rocking and rolling by just using the minimum amount of resources possible. Now this one, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bring it down to here. Then I'm going to run it all the way to the second one. Up here in the corner. Because the line just seems to work out better. And then I'm going to run this one past. Let's say right here. I'm going to run that down there. Now, if we actually had power, but at the exact moment that we finally get this working, that's when we run out of power. But one of the cool things is we do have a conveyor belt that doesn't use power. And it also is going in the direction that we want to go. So we can go ahead and run this way. Where's my crouch thing not working? There we go. And so we can run this way. In fact, we can even slide along it, right? So we get here. Whee! And slide along there. So this actually will take us back as well. And we could run up and just kind of slide underneath those things, which is super fun. Just crouching under them. Now, if I didn't have anything here and I just had the bottom one, I could just put my character on there, AFK, and he'll walk all the way back. This is the way we used to do it in the old school days. Before they had hypertubes and all of that stuff, we would just make belts, and then we would use those belts like those movable walkways like you see in the airport. That's how we used to do it in the old school Satisfactory days way back when. All right, we got a power problem. Let's go deal with it. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you threw away all of those leaves and all of that stuff. I did. I threw it all away. But I can always get absolutely tons more. And it's just for quick of use, I got rid of a bunch of it. Now, I have a bunch back there already that I can use, and that's going to give me another hour on top of the hours that I already have for me to, 50 minutes really, but about an hour where I can go in and try to get my power going. Now, what I really want to get going is extraction. I want to get it to extract the coal and start to backlog it on this side while I'm working on the extractors over there. Now, I want to get my first extractor going. And then once I get that extractor going, which when I start this power, it's going to start going, then it's going to start running the coal. Then I can start working on any other nodes that I find. Wow, I'm a crazy driver. Nailed it. Whee! Crazy driver Kismet. Let's just park that right there. All right. And again, you can see that I have a bunch over here. So now we got to go in here and refill these babies up. And we can let it run yet again. We got a lot of these suckers. Holy mackerel. We are doing... Normally, I don't do this much power in the beginning. There's a lot of power to keep running. And a lot of stuff you got to collect to keep it running. Oh, God. Yep. We need one more. One more over here. But it is making us tons of resources, so that's good. Oh, and I don't have enough. Oh, I don't have enough over here. Let me go ahead. Maybe I have less than I thought. Let me go ahead and grab any of this extra stuff that I had. Oh, yeah. See, now is when I could have used that to make some more. But that's okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead. Which one was it? Second one. This one. We'll fill this one up. We'll start it up. Like that. And then now we only got 25 minutes to make it happen. And again, I could go through and rebalance all of those, but not worth my time. We'll go ahead and just try to make it happen in the next 25 minutes. Now, what it's doing right now is taking the coal and running the coal this way. So instead of me going back there and double checking that it's working, I'm just going to assume it's working. Let's hope. And then we want to kind of set up down here where we want to start doing all of our power plants and all of that stuff. So what we need is we need water and we need power plants. Oh, why is this up at a weird level? That's at a weird level there. That one, I messed up. Didn't even see it. It should be down here. I think it's because this has an arch right here. Has an angle. There we go. Okay, so that's going to come down. It's going to be the bottom one, and that bottom one's going to end up right here. So let's keep adding this, widening this out like that. And then what we want to do is get the water and have the water power all the power plants along the way. Now, I can't put the water thing where I'm at right now because basically there's the things in the way. So what I'm going to do is put them off to the side. Right now, I'd rather run the water in a less amount than running I mean, I'd rather run them in a smaller distance than with the conveyors. Conveyors, I can run those really, really long. But the longer you run your water, the more chance you have of it having to go up or down or getting messed up. So I run it in the shortest distance possible. So we're going to base it on the water. So what we're going to do is go over here and take our miner. And we're going to say, okay, we're going to put this, oh, not miner, sorry, power. I take this coal power and put it down. But we're going to put the input side on this side. And that's so we can take the water straight out of there and run it straight in there. Now, I can't actually put the thing down right now. So I can't afford it because I don't have enough rotors. But I don't want to do that anyway. What I really want to do is actually start with my water thing. Nope, keep doing that. Water thing. There we go. With my water thing and put that down. Oh, God, I need rotors for that too. And you can see our overall problem with not enough rotors being produced. But we're going to just throw this over here, and we're going to say, okay, we'll make 38 of our own rotors, or we'll make a few of our own rotors to get this started. Okay. Now we're going to go take our water extractor. And we're going to try to... Now, one thing about water extractors, they don't snap either. That would be another good addition if they snapped. I think they snap if you put the power down first, right? Is that something they fixed? I forgot. They fixed something like that. I don't know. Let's put it down and see what happens. Let's hit H because this thing is huge and it's really awkward to maneuver. And then we're going to use our arrow keys to move it around. This is a brand new thing in Update 8. It is awesome. Incredibly brilliant addition to the game. Then we click, and then it's going to put it down. There we go. So now we can line that up off of that, hopefully. I forget if they fixed this or not. Yes, they did. Okay, yes. Okay. I thought they did a while ago. All right, now we need more plates, and we need more rotors. That's why I always keep extra resources on me in case I need to make something in that moment. I left my vehicle up there again. Got to remember to bring my vehicle with me wherever I go. Now, at some point, we're going to look on this belt, and hopefully, there is some coal going down that belt. I guess we'll find out. Unless I screwed up one of the belts, or I didn't connect the power at the end. I don't remember. I guess we'll find out. But we got to do this down here anyway, and then we can run back the other way. This way, the second it gets here, it'll be working. Oh, wait. Hold on. Turn around. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, if it gets in the water, you can't drive it? Oh, yeah, if it goes in the water, you can't drive it now. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Open a workbench. Pick it up. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out, because if it goes in the water, that's it. That's game over. Now I know. So that makes me want to put a flat part there so I can stop, not be in the water. I might do that later. We got to get up here. Woo-hoo-hoo! Catch some air. And get some of these plates. Come on, little guy. There we go. Let's get on over here. God, what time is it? Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock in the morning already. 3 hours went by like this. Like snapping of fingers. Gonna park that right there so it's not in the water. Okay, so we got the stuff we need. We want to go ahead and put our water extractor down. We're gonna go ahead and hit H to put it down, and then we're gonna try to line it up. Oh, cannot be nudged. Meh. Make Kismet mad. Well, apparently it doesn't work on water extractors. Kimmy gotta get angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. And I'm gonna push this right up to the side of this too. Alright, now here's the coolest thing, everybody. I can literally just take this and run this down into it. See, that's why I set it down in the water a little bit. Now you don't need a pump. It's gonna literally run down into your thing. Now, obviously, you don't want to do that because you want to run it in multiple things because it's going to produce way more water than what you need for your thing. But still. Everybody. All right, now also this one's going to go in here, so we're going to also take this one, run it around that way, and we're going to start building out our coal as well. We're going to put our pipes at the bottom and our coal up high. Of course, you could do it the other way. It doesn't really matter. I like to put the coal up high. That's just me, my crazy ideas. Then also we're going to put a splitter in here. 1, 2, and then number 3. Take this out. Take this out. Do this again. Always redo those. Always, 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 or it'll be screwed up. Every single time. And then we run this into there, and then the second that coal gets down here, it's going to start running into this coal plant. Now, we also need to run our coal lines for power. So we're going to see where I'm feeling good on that one. Yeah, we could probably be even closer. Let's say right there. And then connect it up there. All right, that has power now. And then we'll tie this one in the back. Kind of feeling right there. It's in the water. Starting up. Now, here's what I suggest you do, everybody. You actually make multiple of these first. And then you run all your power lines like that. Now, how much extracting are we going to be doing? Right now, we're going to be doing 60. And each of these does 15. But eventually, we're going to be doing 120. So if we take 120... Hey, Suri. What's 120 divided by 15?
120 divided by 15 is 8.
Is 8 of them, right? So eventually we can do 8. So we want to make sure that we have expansion for doing 8 of them. But for right now, all we want to do is probably just a couple to get our power going, right? And the 2 of these will actually be enough power to replace all of the other power. Pretty close anyway that we have running, which is over here. So right here we have, well, it's not quite as much, but it's 270 power is what we're running right now, what we're using. And this right here is going to produce 75. So that's about 140 for 2. If we get 4 of them going, we should be good. But again, we'll start with 2 just to get some extra power popping in case that one that we had not enough things in case that one goes out. And again, we got like 20 minutes to make that happen. And this is way more power than 3 of those things up there, or 4 of them, depending on, because each of those are like 30. And this is 75. So this is absolutely massive for sure. And, oh, turn around the other way. Again, I wish it picked it up in the direction in which the one you just picked up was. I mean, that's like, you'd think that would be pretty simple to do. Okay, so just to get started here, I'm going to go ahead and run this into there like that. Now, you don't want to do that. And the reason why is because you're blocking the coal. Oh, wait, look, there's the coal. The coal's already coming in. There it is. The coal's already dropping in already, everybody. See, I did it right. I did it right first try. Yeah, there we go. Way to go, me. And so we'll go ahead and put this in here. Line that up. And get this going. Put that in there. And then run this across here. Now, what you want to do is let it backlog some of that coal while you're at it. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the power lines, say to here. And then run that power line over there. This way I can chain that power line down the way as well. But now, because it has power, it's going to start putting the coal in there. And that will give me time to kind of backlog a bit of that. And then we can go ahead and work on our water. Now, what I suggest is I got a second set here, is to pull this out and pull it out like this, straight out, and line it up and then turn it with your scroll wheel and then move it over by 1 and 2. And then what that does gives you a perfect 90-degree angle. And that works for just about everything for your belts and for your pipes. If you just bring it out 1, 2 snaps over, you got a nice, beautiful corner like that. Then the same thing over here. The trickiest thing is to line it up to the one you've already got, like this, and then you bring it straight out, and then 1, 2, and then you can rotate it, or you can rotate it first, whatever you want to do. Then we're going to connect these 2 pipes together. We're going to then put a nice little splitter on there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run this water in here. Boom. Now this power is making that go. And then also making our coal go. Now one thing I suggest you do if you're doing stuff with power, yeah, GG's! If you're doing stuff with power, is that you put everything to do with your power on its own lines, right? So it's not connected to your factory and all that stuff like it is right now. Like what I would do is break that whole line off and just make one straight line that goes all the way to the coal to the other side. And the same thing with your transport. Make your transport its own power, and it's on its own power line. Now, they've added the ability to segment your bases into different power segments. So say you lose power, well, what it's going to do is shut off the lowest segment, which might be, say, your plates, and your plates go off, and then then your power is still running. And you're like, oh God, I used too much power. Now my rods went off, and now my other thing. So you put your lowest priority down here, and your highest priority would be your power, and then underneath that would definitely be your transport for your hyper tubes and stuff like that. And I'm gonna do that all in this playthrough. We're gonna get that all going. But there we go. So now we got an additional 150 power going right over here. Go ahead, slide under there, brother. All right, we'll swim under there. Whatever you feel like doing. Doesn't feel like sliding today. There he goes. All right. And so now you can see my power production just jumped to 420. Now, before I did this, my power was about 240, right? So all of that power that I'm using up there is 240. And so if I can get this running and double what I've got now, right? So 150 would be 300. It'd be more than what I'm actually producing from my other stuff over there. So that's definitely what we want to do. And so we want to get ourselves some more rotors going on so we can get that going on over here. So we're going to let those run for a little bit. See, this type of game, you start playing it, you can just play it for endless hours, everybody. It is so fun because you got that one more thing you want to do, one more thing you want to do, and so on and so forth in the game. Oh, and I got to make some more screws here, too. It looks like I'm out of screws. Make some more of those. And it looks like I need 8 more because I put it on my to-do list way over there on the side. I need to do 8 more, and so I'll watch it until it gets to 8. Scroll that down so you guys can see. I'll watch the rotors here until that says 8, and once it says 8, then I will go and do it. And that's why I grabbed a ton of rods, everybody, before they be turned into other stuff, I grabbed a ton of it. Now, I do have a ton of screws up at the top. I could go grab those too. But it's take me longer to go up the hill and grab them than it would be just to make enough for making 8 more. So, and there we go. We're done. And then we'll make 8 more of these. Okay, now we also have another problem. We need some reinforced iron plates because we need 7 more of those. So guess what we got to make? More screws. Again, I'm telling you, the screws are the things that always get you. There's actually another node over there, another pure node, that I'll just do purely screws on. I'll just be running screws like a madman. You'll see. All right, so we need 7 more plates. There we go. Good enough. And then let's go ahead and make just 7 more. Now, again, I could run up there. I'm sure there's 7, at least 7 up there I could grab. But again, I'm right here. I might as well just get it going. Okay, looking good. Now I slid under there. That's the V key. Woo! You can slide under your pipes. It's awesome. Oh, unless you screw it up. Oh. What? Oh, I was under the pipe. What the heck? Oh, it's the C key. Sorry, my bad. I thought it was a C key. And I don't know why I thought it was a V key there. All right, C for crouch. All right, let's keep going. We got to get this power running. Once we get this going, that's it. That's perpetual power. Nothing else I need to do. Let's go ahead and go back to my other set here first, because we're going to just go ahead and pull this down. Try to line that up. Line that up off of there. In this direction. Let's see if we can just get it without putting the lifter in. Ah, out of reinforced iron plates. All right, might be a good time to take a quick moment. Right over here. Whee! Run back over here. Pop back in our little factory cart. Meep, meep. Catch some air. Whoa! Our turn. Look out, crazy driver coming through. Let's grab ourselves more plates. Over here, it's like a smorgasbord, everybody. Just run around and, grab all the little things that I need. And then back to work. Now, it's also producing a bunch of stuff. Primary and secondary items and even third level items now that it's producing. But also a little bit of that is going over for me to use. And later on, you'll see, I'll just let this run after we get all this set up. When we come back, we'll just have a crazy ton of loot. Park that right there. And then we'll get this done. Go ahead and run our power as well while we're at it. This way, once we get this going, it'll start running that coal in there. It won't run the resources into the machine unless you have a power line connected to it, by the way. All right, let's try this again. Let's hit H. Let's see, that looks pretty lined up there. That looks pretty lined up there. All right, cool. And then we'll go ahead and try to put our thing in. Perfecto. Again, you want to put the lifter in last, everybody. Lifter always last. If you can get away with it. Looks good. Take these out. Always run the high side first because otherwise the pipes would be in the way. Right here. Now, another thing I'm going to do is show you another great trick. Now, this one is doing both of these, so it's producing about 125 water, and it needs about 50, so it's producing 25 extra water right now. And if you really say it's 45 and 45, so you can say it's 120 divided by 45. Hey, sorry. What's 120 divided by 45?
120
She's like a fascination with the 666 thing all the time, everybody. She says it all the time. It's creepy. But 2.6, so that means it really wouldn't do another one. So we're definitely going to need another one of these. So let's get that going, and we're going to try to hold down the control key to lock it in like that so they're nice and lined up. Oh, we need some more rotors. Whee! Let's go make some more rotors. Now again, after we get this power going, and one of the cool things they do about the game is that the game makes you make stuff so you can make stuff, right? So you do the stuff manually first, and then it will then let you automate that thing that you had to do manually first. And it's so incredibly well thought out, and that it's just so incredibly fun to do this kind of stuff. All right, there we go. Now here's what we want to do. We want to go ahead and take this out, take all this out, right here, and this one out, and this thing in between out. Now it's going to cause this power to go off, so be careful. But I've still got power up there. Hopefully that'll keep it going. And there we go. Now I also want to get this power rolling from over here, because this way it'll start doing that water, starting to power it up. There we go. And then all the way at the end here, so I've got one on that end, and then I've got, now I'm going to put a pipe on this end, and line that up, turn it, move forward by 2, and then I'm just going to run one long pipe from over here to over here. And then to get to the other side, I can just kind of run at it, crouch, and get under. Another thing they added is the ability to snap this to the thing, so now it's perfectly lined up across there, which is awesome. That used to be incredibly hard to do. Then we can slide back out again, go to the other one. Same thing, hold down the control key to snap it in place. 2 in my little key down there, then C to scroll out. And now we just got 4 of those running. Just like that. 4 of those babies are popping off right now. Look at that. All right. Oh, this one's got no power. Oh, it's because it hasn't all got in there yet. It's still putting the water in. Okay. Oh, wait, I got to do the cross connect. I almost forgot the cross connect, everybody. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and cross connect these from one side to the other. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it here toward the end and rotate it upwards. Let's see if it's going to let me. Oh, okay. We're going to have a problem with that. Maybe down? From the downside. I don't think I've ever run it from the downside. Yeah, there we go. Well, whatever works. I don't like it, though. I don't like it at all. I don't keep anything I don't like. Because you're just going to not like it forever. Alright, I got an idea here. Let's do... Got all of that stuff in the way. This is a little too close to this. Makes me want to move all of this up. What about over here? What if we did this? Nah, I don't like that either. Yeah, this is too close. Move that back or move this forward? That's the question. I'm gonna say move that back. Oh wait, I got a better idea. Better idea. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get our fluid buffer. Oh, we don't have any things. Get our things going. A little few modular frames here, huh? I didn't even look at how many I need. We'll say 4. How many do we need here? And let's clear this to-do out here. There we go. And we're doing organization, fluid buster, we need 5. There we go. And it makes 2 at a time, so we're really going to make 6. Okay, so fluid buffer. Right down here. We're going to line that fluid buffer up like that. Run that into there. No, I don't like that either. I don't like that either. All right, these got to go. Got to back them up. I don't like that because it's going to make it go up and then come down. The whole point is not to make it go up. All right, no worries. We got this. We got this. See how easy it is just to take it out? Takes just a second. Production, what I need. And then sadly we cannot make these. No, it's kind of snapping. Let's go with that. Actually, I don't like that either. Let's go put this at the end. Like that. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to run these to each other. Run this power over there. Over there. Get those spinning. Are they spinning to win it? They should be. Get that going, and then actually put a fluid buffer in between. Even better. Oop, that is not lined up. Oh, maybe sideways. Yeah, so here. Oh no, this side. That side. Then this way. The whole point is that it's going down. There we go. So it's going down, and then it's going to come out of here and backlog. And that's the important part, is the backlogging part. Out of plates. Oh, was out of something. I don't think I can make any plates. I don't think I have the things. No. All right, heading back up. It's always something. Or actually, I don't even need the plates. I can just run it in there for now. But there we go. So now that stuff should spin up. Hopefully. Why are those not spinning up? No power. Did all my power go off? Oh yeah, power off. Oh God, look at how it's riding that line, everybody. It's right at the line. It's 260 of that thing. Riding that line, baby. Oh, and we got a little bit of power going there. Come on, you got this, coal. And the coal, of course, is getting bigger and bigger. Now, by the way, it's been backlogging tons of coal in here as well. But yeah, now we're going. See, now look at as our coal power is scaling up. Now, here's a great little trick, everybody. You can just take the coal and put it right into the coal plant instead of waiting for it to overflow and overflow. So if we go around the front here, we can take a look and see if it all has coal in there. Which it should have by now, because it should have backlogged every single one of these with coal. Yeah, it did. So by the time the water gets in there, it should just jump all the way up. Pretty high. Another good idea, too, is to bring a power line in the back here. So we can check it from the back side, too. In fact, I think I'm going to replace this power line. Here. And there, and then do that, so I can take this and run it to the back. Just so I can have it more convenient and I can look at it. Now, you don't want your power going like this. Doodle, 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 doodle. You don't want to do that. You want a nice, solid line, everybody. So now I've gone from 240 power to 570 power. Or really what I've done is I've produced 300 of it. Now, here's the funny irony, is that if I have everything running, it's still more, it's still more than what I am producing. But once we've got this rock solid like it is right now, and this is actually producing more than enough, water. So it's what it's going to do is start to backlog that water in here. You're going to see that go up here. So just in case it goes off for whatever reason, we can go ahead and utilize that extra water to start it back up again. Now, what I like to do is I typically like to have multiple of them. One that's like completely full, and then one that is like the one that's doing a pass-through and then collecting the excess, which is pretty great. I usually use a pump to do that. I pump it up high, and then it's way up, and then it can just kind of run down in there. We might do that later. We'll see. But for right now, we've got our power going. We're producing 300 power, and we have basically our perpetual power. Let's take a look at our water here. It's filling up, but not really overflowing right now, because this is 50, 50, 50, and 50. If you think about it, it's really 45, 45, and 45. But it's going to take a while for it to get ahead of the incoming water, right? So that water's got to come in, and then eventually it'll fill it all the way up, and then you'll have that full excess water. But the last one is what I call the thirsty one, or the one that's starving, because it doesn't have enough water to get it going. But I can go to the first one, and usually the one that's right by to where this is usually the one that's full, right? And then you go to this one over here. Oh, I get under here. Wee, get out of there. Wee, there we go. And then you can see usually the ones that are closest to where the water's coming in are the ones that are full, plus those ones filled up first. And we're still filling up these two, right? And this one's going to fill to max, and then the excess is going to go to the last one. That's called an overflow, where it flows from one to the other to the other. Now, pipes both go, in and out. You don't need a splitter or a merger or anything like that. It's both a splitter and merger. So it'll basically just fill up the whole entire pipe with water, and then whatever's there, it'll just distribute that water across the pipe based on where you put the original input in. Right there. And then now this one, that one's full too, and that's rock solid power right there. We are good to go. Now it's only 60 coal coming out of there, so 15, 15, that's 30, 15, 15, that's 60 right there, because 30, 30, put the thing together, so that's 60. So that's perfect 60 right there. Now what we need to do is get more coal, and since we have 120 lines already run, all we need to do is find another coal area to run that in, combine it with the line we already ran, and then we would have double the power as well. Now, one of the things we could do now is we're getting very close up there on our smart plates, is also, when it's done with the smart plates, is to tell it to stop using the rotors and to take the rotors and put it into a box so that we can use the rotors for building more power in the long run. Another thing that you want to do is immediately cut off your organic power. And the reason why you want to cut off that biofuel is because you don't want to have to go collect anymore. And if you need it, you can flip it back on. But if you don't need it, turn it off, and you're good. And I'm going to show you the fastest way to turn off your biofuel. Whee! Right over here. The fastest way to turn off your biofuel is follow the lines here and see where it all connects together. Right? All this stuff running over there. Follow your line right here. It's going that way and this way. That one's going across there. This one's going to this pole. So this is the central pole right here that your biofuel is connecting to. So we're just going to go boom and boom. And that biofuel is no longer being used. To the power drop? Yeah, so that power dropped to 0. Basically, well, the power's still running over there, but it's utilizing less power because you can see that the biofuel is not being burnt up, right? It's actually not being used over here. But I'm the type of person who likes to just goes in and turn everything off. I'm old school that way. And plus, I don't want to listen to it running. That's just my thing. Now, there is a full switch you can add later where you can turn the whole thing off just from that switch as well. We'll use all of those switches when we get to it. But we're just going to turn it off so we don't have to listen to it run, and it's not going to burn up our biofuel. Well, that still have plenty left there. Ooh, that one was close. It was at 58. Back, I'm going to pull that one out of there so I could use that for my chainsaw. All right, and then we probably made a little bit over here. We have a little bit extra. Yeah, let's grab that out for our chainsaw as well. And now we don't need biofuel. These all should be, oh, this one's not connected anymore. Let's make a thing there. Let's make sure we connect it in with that in case we need to use that again. So basically, we just left it where one line was connecting across from our biofuel, so we could just disconnect that. And that's a great thing to do. And then now you can see that I'm producing 300 and I'm consuming around 259. So right along that edge yet again. All right, really waiting for that smart plating to finish because I want to get those rotors fired up. So now we have as much power as we need for what we've already done, but we don't have enough power to expand what we've done. So that's really what we want to do, is go and expand what we've already created. And by expand, I mean get more coal. So let's go ahead and put all that stuff aside. And let's go ahead, find our little car here and go on a little trip in our favorite rocket ship. Here we go. Oh wait, we should make sure. Oh, give you guys a little love there. Big love. I forgot that was a thing. Let's see. What are we doing? We are going in here and we're going to tell it that we want to do more miners. So, 2 miners. 1, 2. So what do we need? Bunch of iron plates, bunch of concrete. We got all that. We also want to do a bunch more of our plates over here. So we definitely want to also make sure we got reinforced iron plates, which we do. How about rods? Looking good on rods. Plates. Screws is good. Yeah, looking pretty good overall. Maybe a little bit more concrete if I feel like getting my build on. And then take the smallest stack, put that back, and then max that stack. Looking good. Do I have my chainsaw? I do. Looking sexy. We out of here. Oh, wait. We should stop for a sec. And run over here. There are a bunch of these in here. Oh, yeah. Making some more tickets. We got so many extra of those. Too many. I'll leave a few extra in there. And then over here, most likely same problem. Boom. Now what we're doing is we're using more power now though. But keep that in mind. But we're just going to go ahead and offload all of that. Now I could add to my production and make more of all of the stuff. But I find that what I really want to do, is just get rid of this stuff. Just have it getting rid of it while I'm busy doing something else. Like that. Now it's going to do that for however long I want to let it run. And then when we come back, we'll have some tickets over here. I really feel like I want to fill this one in. There we go. Can't wait till we get the hyper tubes. First, we're going to need a lot of power. And a lot of rotors. And a lot of heavy modular frames. And, well, regular modular frames. And then heavy modular frames. And so on and so forth. This game has trains, too. So cool. Trains, automated vehicles. You name it. Just amazing. And I'm going to show you how to do this with the fewest nodes that you need to get scaled up very early on. I'm using pure nodes. One of my favorite places to start there, or is my favorite place to start, because it just has a bunch of pure nodes there. You can tap into them. You don't have to go and you run 50 lines for a bunch of smaller nodes. You can just go ahead and use those big nodes there. And again, if you pre-run a lot of stuff, it's going to help you big time. I feel like YOLOing into the water. It does go on the little bumps better now. Whoa! Whoa! Look out! Pop the wheelie there. I love it when it catches air, though, at the top. That's fun. All right, look at that. Kismet did it right. First try. Kismet on it. Now, remember, these are all Mark II belts, so I decided to run the Mark II belts ahead of time. And eventually, we'll tap into this one when we have the sulfur and all of that. Right now, we need to chop some stuff down. We need to get our chainsaw out and do our thing. Danger! Break and fix it property. Get him before he gets you. Whoa, he's got a buddy. Lost power. Look out. Woo mama. All right, lost power again while I was gone. Gonna happen a lot, everybody. I'm kind of doing it on purpose. I could have let that organic stuff keep running. But these are the problems you're gonna run into when you're running around. You'll keep on losing power and all of that. And that power is the constant struggle in this game. But that's okay. We don't need power right now. All we need to do is take this and run it way over here to the other side. And it just so happens that also right there is a node. By the way, these are normal nodes, so they're extracting at 60. There just happens to be another one right over here. How convenient. Let's just clear this stuff out of the way so we can see what we're doing. Get ourselves some of this good stuff. All right. Nice. And then we're going to put another one down. It just so happens that I already made a miner because I knew I was going to do this. We'll run that across. Oh, we got to get this one first because we're going to run out of iron plates. And this is going to cure our iron plate problem eventually. All right, so we're going to merge right here. Right there. And then we're going to run this into there. And we good. Okay, so that's going good. We're going to need to run some power lines. Okay. So we got that connected. I don't think we have enough iron plates to run this. And we don't have enough iron plates to run that second line up there yet either. But that's okay. At least that will double up our ability to do power. Again, just waiting for those plates to finish at the top. All right, we got the second one in there. Now we should be good. Now we're heading back. Oh, probably a good idea that I probably saved the game, considering I've been playing for about, I don't know, how many hours now? 4 hours? Probably a good idea to save, right? Not auto-saves, too. But, you know, I like to, you know, do my own personal save from time to time, especially did all that work. Especially if the game crashes or something like that. That's a heartbreaker right there. I really don't like the way that it goes up these things because it bounces on those little crevices. They should take that out. I really don't like it. Like where the two things come together. It should be perfectly smooth there. Just like it is here where it's nice and smooth. And so that ramp should just go up the ramp without doing this, bouncing on each of the edges. If they're doing that on purpose, well, it still sucks. Yeah, maybe save. Whoa, you thought the same thing as me. Your Kismet moment there. I didn't even see that in chat. I just thought of it. But thanks for having my back. I appreciate it. All right, heading back. Gotta get this power back on again. Watch this move. You ready? Whoop whoop! Nailed it. That was fun. Okay, 482. So close. All right, we're going to need some of our power back again. Let's go over here. Why do these sound like they're on? Yeah, they sound like they're back on again. You little. All right, let's tie that power back in. See if we can start her up. Oh, yeah. And we might as well turn all these back on again. Now this is going to give us some time to do a whole bunch of stuff. Now also while I was out there, I collected a bit of wood so it can go ahead and make me some more biofuel. And some more leaves. We'll let that make us a little bit more. And then we'll go over here. And again, our goal is to replace our need for biofuel perpetually. And then we just keep expanding our coal power. To give us a lot of power. All right, so that's coming down. Now you can see that it's going every other one right there. Now once that 120, the two 60s get merged, you'll see it not have any gap. And then it'll be going 120 down. And that means that we can have 8 coal plants going at the same time. 486 over there. All right. Yeah, try to get that to 500. When it hits 500, there we go, 487. When it hits 500, we can then divert it so we can use those rotors. Or we go make rotors now if we want to. But all I want to do is get my power popping. And we can build this way out there. Plus, we could also build vertically if we wanted to, too. I remember when I built these, like 120 of these in a row. It was real fun. Way back over on that other side where we got the coal from. We just went completely insane on it. That's a lot of power, but it produces like a 12,000 power. And 2,000 is being used to actually produce the power, right? So 2,000 of it is using for water extractors and extracting the coal, which means you have 10,000 power on top of that. That's actually excess power. So you're using 2,000 power to produce an extra 10,000 power, right? Or really 2,000 power to do 12,000 power. But really, you have an extra cap of 10,000. So it's awesome. That's a lot of power from a coal plant, everybody. Big time. You got 100 coal plants running all 200 oil. Well, there you go. Yeah, you can go crazy in here. Now, again, I usually, I play for a while. I get into it. And then I usually take a break. And then I come back to it because, I don't burn myself out on it. This is the type of game that, because it's still in early access, you could very much burn yourself out on it. And then by the time release comes out, you're like, well, I already played it a whole bunch and I don't feel like playing, right? So I don't want that to happen. I know myself all too well. So I usually just kind of play through what's new, do a new playthrough whenever there's an experimental or a stable, and then go from there, which I find super fun. I especially like the point where you can just let it run and do your own thing for a while. All right, we should really go in here and tell it we want to do 4 of these babies. And then how much more water we're going to need. Let's see. So this is 100. That's 250 right now. All right, make sure that's still the same. Over here. Yeah, so 120. No, it's 240. 240 is being produced right now. So there's like a magic math that works out. Like when you have so many of these, it works out to work out so many of the things. So 240 and 240 would be 480. But your pipe can only go 300. So that doesn't work out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 and 2. So I'm going to do 2 for these. And then I'm just going to make 2 more over here for the other side, just to make the math super easy. And then also setting this up super easy. Oh, another more thingies. Let's see, where's the gap? The gap's in between these two. So I'm going to put it right like this. There we go. I usually put a gap in between my power plants. I should just make all these rotors. Oh, it's done. Hold on. Stop what we're doing. It's all done. Oh, left my vehicle up there again. I was looking for it right there. That I thought I parked it there, but I left it up here. It's an old habit of me just walking around, because later on you get some skates that make you go way faster. And so most of the time I'm just walking. I'm not that much of it in a hurry. But over here we should stop this so it's not making a ton of these extra things. Though we will need some of them later. For right now it's done its job. Okay, that's enough of that. Now what we're going to do is take all these plates and rotors and we're going to cut these off of here. So this is running down and then lifting up and running back. So we can just cut this here, and that'll stop running the plates that way. And then this is producing 4 rotors, and that's running in here to there. You can just take that out, take this out, and cut this off over here like this. And then what we'll do is just kind of build something out that way. And I could run it all back the other way and do all of that. But I could just as easily, went the wrong way apparently, just as easily just put a storage box here for right now and run that out in the storage box. And now what it will do is start to backlog a ton of rotors in there. Now remember, I've got perpetual power now, so I can AFK, come back, and I'd have a whole box full of things. I just let it run for a day if I wanted to. Now these are also now stopped, so these aren't running, so this is going to take less power. I can also go ahead and just turn them off. In here as well. I'm a big fan of turning them off in case you forget, you know. And then I can go ahead and pull out all the resources and whatnot. And just let that rock and roll. So we got that one off. We got the other one off. And then we're just producing rotors. And if we go look at our power pole, our production should drop. Yeah, it did. It dropped a little bit. From a peak of 250 or 277 down to around 273. So just a little bit. But it is down below that line of our overall production right there. Okay, so we got that going. Now it's going to do a whole bunch of rotors for us in the long run. Let's go get some more of these screws that it's made for us as well. Made some extra screws. How's our rods doing? Are they still backlog? Holy mackerel, they sure are. Let's run over here and see how we're doing. Our screws are still pumping out of there. Kind of feel like we could be doing way more screws on top of this too. How are we looking over here? Holy moly, alright, that's all backlogged. We definitely need to up our screw production. But at least we have lots of pipes and other stuff like that. And this is actually really torturous when you've played the game before, how slow it's going at this stage. And that you want it to go way, way faster, because later on you're going to be just producing massive sums of stuff. Massive sums of stuff that puts this to shame. But it's always about power. It's like you do production, then power. Power, then production. Power, production, power, production. For sure. Okay. Now, let's go ahead. Make ourselves another one of these over here. Let's rotate this way. Hold down the control key so they're lined up. Looks good. All right, and we're going to connect. How are we going to do that? Let's take this one out of here. We'll run this one there. Run that across there. There we go. And now we need to get another one of these in here, so we need 10 more. We can make 40. All right, let's go. Let's just make 30 of them. We're just going to make 30. Dare my wife to pop the fuse. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh yeah, we're doing it all, Big Mike. We're doing trains, we're doing it all. We're gonna get it going. I love the trains too. This game was a 9 out of 10 until they added trains, and then it was a 10 out of 10, and then they added pipes, and that's 11 out of 10. And they added all this other stuff, and now it's a 12 out of 10. Not kidding, everybody, not kidding. Incredibly fantastic game. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's just go all in on this baby. Let's go. All right. And then we need one more water thingy. Just enough to get that going. Should just did all of them. I just realized I need 10 more for the water. Snap that in, and then go into my water set. Connect those together, and then do my other thing here and work on lifters and work on this. Now I'm just going to go a little bit faster. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the chat, but I'm really going to speed up, so I hope you don't mind. Just try to get all this stuff in here and ready to rock. That not giving me my green line. Come on. Alright, gonna make me hit H, are you? There we go. Having trouble eyeballing it. Watch this. I just hit G, which allows me to only get the things that I want to take out. It's only going to take out the splitters. And that's cool, because this way you don't accidentally get the stuff from behind. All right, now that's going to start feeding that coal down here. And again, notice I'm a little bit down in the water. I'm doing that on purpose, so that the water flows downwards and I don't need any pumps. And that is awesome. That one there, run this one here, run this one to the back in case I want to check the power back here. I'll have one right there. Okay, now we need some lifters in here. There we go. And so that should start pumping in a bunch of coal. Then we need to go to our pipes here. Again, once you have this down, I mean, you can really kick butt on this. On the turn, 2 forward. That didn't feel right. Try that again. Looks good. You can use the lines on the foundations as well. Looks good. Man, it was awesome when I figured that out, everybody. You can just slide underneath there. So cool. Holding down shift and then C like cat to crouch through there. And then we'll put that right there. We'll run this to another one of these. Oh, we need a few more of our thingies over here. Okay. And then we'll connect it down on this side this time. So fluid buffer in there, so it's going to capture that excess. Just run that straight in there. Run this down into there, so it's basically giving us a positive flow. And that's why we have it set down in the water. And then now we need no pumps whatsoever, which is awesome. Let's connect this on this side. And we'll line it up off of this one. You probably want to put it forward in case you want to put more pumps in there. And then we'll take that one, run that there. I love watching those things spin up. Look at the moon in the background with the little god rays. Where's my light be? I love watching those spin up. It's so cool. All right, now we're going to look for smokestacks. Let's go, baby. Let's hope that this stuff's all going in the right direction. Ah, missed a connection there. Couple connections from here. And from there to there. All right, there we go. Finally important to get that coal in there, too. There we go. Water's looking good. Coal coming down the line. Now, we can make this go faster because the water's going to get in there pretty fast. But we have a backlog of coal over here. So to really get this stuff spinning up quicker, we're going to force feed it. Oh, we don't have a backlog of coal. Whoa. What the heck? Oh, it's the wrong one. Like, what the heck? There should have been a backlog. There is. Okay. That freaked me out for a second. Let's put, say, half of this stack back in there just to keep a little, just to keep an eye on it. Oh, I screwed that up. Nope. Whew. Grabbed it just in time. All right, now I got to take all this out. Accidentally put the wrong thing in there. Make sure that none of that got into here. Guess we'll find out here in a second. If you put the wrong thing in there, it'll stop your production. Check the belt. One still seems to be running. Take the coal out, see if it's feeding coal. Yes, it is. Okay. Force feed that in there. Okay, now we're going to go force to feed the ones at the end. That first one's already up and running. The second one here, what's this problem? Yep, it needs fuel. Boom, force feed it. Force feed that one. And boom. Now, meanwhile, it's going to try to get all of that other coal down the line until it's got a nice continuous running coal. And now we've perfectly balanced it. Remember, this is 15 and 15. This is 30. 30 and 30 together is 60 because there's 4 of them. And then now we have 8 of them, so double 60 would be 120. And we took 2 lines, a 60 coal extractor and another 60 control coal extractor, and we combined them into one, and that ran along a 120 line, and that 120 line ran all the way over here, is running 8 power plants. So we basically just doubled our power right over here. And now we have basically 120 power. Actually, this is redundant over here now. Pull this one. Run that back there. There we go. There we go. And this should also be backlogging with water. And let's go see how much water we got backlogged over here. It's full. I love it when it's full, everybody. Now, also, I could, to save myself some power, I can go in here and I can underclock these now. Because how much water do I really need in there, right? I need 45 times 4. Hey, Siri, what's 45 times 4?
45 times 4 is 180.
Hey, Siri, what's 180 divided by 2?
180 divided by 2 is 90.
It's 90. So I could change this down to 90 if I want to. But I don't like doing that. You know what I like doing? I like just doing at 100 because that's easy math. So 50 and 50, and plus it gives me a little extra. But you can see when I brought it down that the megawatts there, let me put it back up to 120 again. You can see the megawatts went down to 15 instead of 20, and that's 5 megawatts. You're like, well, what's the big deal? Because it was just 5. Well, if you have a whole bunch of these, that starts to add up very, very quickly for sure, and you are going to have a bunch of these. So I'm going to go ahead and put that down to what's called underclocking. So we're going to underclock that, get out of there, and then we're going to go to this one, same thing, underclock that one down to 100. But there's no reason to just waste your power like that, I find. Now this one, I probably want to leave that way until it's backlogged a ton of water in there, like that. So I'm just going to let it fill with that extra water first, and then I'll come back and underclock it afterwards. And let's look at our overall power. Right here, we currently have 870 power. But let's go ahead and head up here. Get our little factory cart. I also learned today you can't run the factory cart in the water anymore, which is a bummer. Woo woo! Catch us some air. All right, there we go. And right over here, we shall disconnect our other power out of there. And then we'll go look over here. Now, boom, it dropped down to right here. So our production is 600 megawatts right there. Our capacity is 660. Our max cons is only 363. So roughly we could double everything that we've got going right now. Everything we could double and still have enough power to run it. Now, if I doubled my power, I would have even more power to double and quadruple and 5 times and 10 times and 50 times the thing. Big time. We could just keep boosting it and boosting it and boosting it. Now, we no longer need our power here. Now, if I just cut the line, it's no longer going to actually burn that fuel. It'll just stop burning the fuel. Right? If we come back here and we look at this, or at least it used to, hopefully it doesn't do it now, it should just literally just stop doing it. Right? Because there's no power being drawn from it. So that should basically stop because there's nothing connected to it, because just the power here is connected. Now let's double check we're not doing any cross lines. Oh, there's a cross line right there. I spoke too soon. Let's get that cross line out of there. There we go. Now we got to figure out where to put this line, because that line just went off. So let's go ahead. Back there. Ooh, way over there. All right, fine. So there we go. Now the way I knew that was doing something is when I looked in here, there was a production thing in there. It was saying it was producing or utilizing power. But now you can see all of it's down at the bottom. So if I had left that in there, it would eventually burned out that biofuel, because the biofuel was still running that stuff in the back, which is what makes the biofuel in the back, which is funny. But I actually don't even need that stuff in the back. I could have just left it off, but then I would have had to go and turn all my things off or just disconnect the line. Either way, I could have done it, but I'm still making a little bit of biofuel back here, so we'll let that run. Especially wood, by the way. Wood is really great for getting tons and tons of biofuel in the early game. I go straight for the chainsaws, too. Hydrate. Great idea. Let's do it right now. Hydration for the win. There you go. Nice. Okay, now what we want to do is stop. We want to stop everything that we're doing. Not as in stop playing the game, but really let the game run. Because what we want to be doing over here is just, look at that, we've got 68 of them in there now. We want to let those rotors run, right? And we want to let all of our other stuff replenish and get filled up again as well. And so now's a good time to switch gears. And I could just, scale up my plant so I'm making more, faster, faster, more, faster, more, faster. But at this point, I really want to unlock more stuff. Right? Might want to unlock my vehicle there. Maybe some steel production. I could get that going if I had some more coal nodes, which I do. But what I really want to do is working on my improved combat right over here, because that's pretty easy. That's a real easy one to get early on. So we're going to go ahead and just grab all this excess stuff we've got over here. We got a bunch of these popping in here now. Now remember that all of those reinforced iron plates are now coming over here and not being all fed over that way into those other things. And there we go. And again, you want to keep this going because these do have a cooldown of how long it takes for the ship to come back.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
Okay, we're going to fix our Xeno Zapper. We're going to make another one. Right there, and then we're going to take the one that we got out of here, because after you make the bigger one, everybody, you don't need the smaller one anymore. And then we want to make the Xeno Basher, so we're going to need some cables, and we're going to need some modular frames. So cables, I'm sure, is not going to be an issue. I'm sure I've got 10,000 of them in here. I absolutely do. And then we'll make some frames while we're at it. Now, it doesn't matter if it's making a lot of them or just making a few of them. The important part is that it's making them. And we can just let it run for hours upon hours now because it's got that perpetual running power. And it'll never run out of water. It'll never run out of coal. And it'll never run out of power because those things are balanced. So the next thing we want to do on top of our rotors is also do a ton of modular frames. So we don't have to make those anymore either. But let's just do the easy stuff first by doing our Xeno Basher. There we go. And then now we dangerous. There we go. Hoya! Now we got to wipe out some mobs. Hit H to hide it. Okay, so we got that done. And now what else can we get done? In our milestones, look at some tier 4. So we got some advanced steel production where we could do level 2 miners, but we need that steel pipe. Also, we're going to need steel beams. We're going to need a bunch of modular frames again, and also we're going to need these encased industrial beams. We're going to need a lot of that stuff to get this going. So really the three things that we don't have being produced right now are the steel pipes, the industrial beams, and the steel beams. So that production we definitely want to get going, and that's what that other node is going to be for. So we're going to run that, or we're going to run that coal over here too, and we're going to put that production nearby, so we get that going. Now the one I really want to get to is the miner Mark II, because then I don't have to overclock my stuff, and it just basically is going to produce 240 instead of 120. It's going to double the production. Oh, it's coming back. But to do that, I'm also going to need this logistics, which is going to give me the 270 belt. And you're like, wait a minute, Kismet, I thought you said it was 240. But it is 240. But the reason why you have a 270 belt is because of your concrete. Your concrete comes out at 45. So if you say, hey, Siri, what's 270 minus, or not 270 minus, hold on. Hey, Siri, what's 270 divided by 45?
270 divided by 45 is 6.
Is 6. So it's an even number. That's why it's 270 and not 240. Because it also accommodates the concrete. We'll work on all that later. What we want to work on right now is we want to get more coal down on this side. And we want to get our kind of steel production going. We want to get our heavy modular frames going as well. Now, again, at this stage, I'm not trying to make it super pretty, everybody. I'm just trying to make it work really, really well. We can take all those out of there now. Take that out of there. And so what I want to do is get these heavy modular frames going. I'll probably fill the rest of this in now. And get them to run in a little box over here. Alright, so what do I need for heavy modular frames? And we'll get to the fancy smancy looking awesome stuff. That stuff takes time and effort and resources. Especially your time resource. Now on the front side here, we're going to go look and see what we're producing. We're doing this here. Let's go ahead and say this one right here is going to be our rotors. And then this one right here, heavy modular frames. There we go. And I burn a couple of them just so I can see what it is. Later on, you can get labels and put it up there if you want. I feel like that's highly effective and very visually easy to see. All right, so we got to get our rotors to go over there. Let's start with that. Now, I could retake this and return it the other way and redo all of that. Or I can just go to the other side over here and make us some spaghetti. I don't know why I felt like putting that up so high, but I did. So there. All right, now we're going to run this across here. Yeah, maybe a little bit more over. Now what they got now, everybody's called soft clearance. And that soft clearance is awesome because you can make this fit right in between here or up above. And the pipe is right hitting that other one. I don't like it. I don't like it. There we go. And then I can just run that up above. And so you can still miss everything and it's not clipping, but you can get closer to the stuff. If you guys haven't seen that, they added that quite a while ago. And I absolutely love it. It's awesome. Again, I feel like this one, run it way up for no reason, just because it's fun. Oh no, more iron plates. Whoa! Give me them iron plates. Again, I'm doing everything at tier 2 now, or level 2, so again, making that taller takes up more plates and stuff. Okay, so now what it's going to do is take all the rotors that were on that side and they're going to run them over here. Now the cool thing is it has 2 boxes, one on that side and one on this side. So if I need rotors when I'm over there, they'll be over there. If I need rotors, they're over here. I'll need them over here. Now, of course, it's going to take a while before it fills up this box and then fills up the other box. So we're going to let that run until basically it fills up. All the boxes get filled. All the boxes get filled with everything that we needed to fill it with. And that's what we're going to do off stream. But for right now, we're going to get that going. And then we're going to come over here and we're going to say, right here, modular frames. Now, what do I need for modular frames? I need some rods, which I've already got running over here. So I can go ahead and say, all right, we'll spaghetti this baby up. And run me some rods over to there. Here they come. All right, rod's going in there. Let's give this thing some power. There we go. That's going to start feeding those rods in there. Now, we also need some reinforced iron plates, and conveniently, they just happen to be running here. Now, I want to also put some extra over there for me to use. So we're going to go ahead and just throw a splitter in here. Spaghetti that baby right in there. And there we go. So now every other one, it's going to go ahead and grab that and put it in here. Now, these modular frames are so incredibly slow, everybody. They are so painfully slow. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of start it off and get it going. And then the rest of it, I'm going to have it go in the box. So I have some in the box and some over there. And you can see we've got a whole bunch of stuff rocking and rolling down here. Looks like we're done with wire and cables is full. And you only need like 1 box of it, everybody. You don't really need 15 boxes of it in the beginning. Later on, you're going to need a lot of boxes of it. But right now, you don't need it. And then all we need to do is take this and run it into there. But we don't have enough. We don't have enough plates for right now. But again, we let this run a couple hours. We'll have crazy tons of plates in there. And we'll run that right in there. There we go. Now this is going to start making modular frames. And again, it's going to make 2 per minute. So if I need like 10 of them, it's going to be, 5-10 minutes before that sucker is good. But that's okay because I can just let it run. Whatnot. Kismet's Guide to Dominate Satisfactory run through based on all your previous builds? Yes! I'm doing it right now. This is Satisfactory 8 that what I'm doing. You should work on 8 if you want. This way you get all the new stuff too. That's the experimental version. You get both versions, by the way, for the same price. So if you have it, you can just download the experimental version, install that, and play through on that one. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. Big time. Because they're both early access. Just one's early access experimental, and the other one's early access stable. Which basically means the same thing, I think. But that's just me and my crazy ideas. All right, there we go. So we got all that going. Get it going, because that's what I'm doing right here. I'm updating 8. You're gonna love it, Wombat. Kiss your weekend goodbye, bro. You're gonna get it going. Now I'm trying to also get my vehicle. So we grabbed a bunch of those rotors over there. Let's see if we get this vehicle going on. Oh yeah, very close. Let's go ahead and pump all this stuff in there. Once you put it in there, by the way, you can't drag it out. So make your choices wisely, everybody. Now I need 25 of the modular frames over here, and I can tell you that's going to take a really, really long time. It's going to be faster for me just to make some over here. Let's see how many can I make. I can make 8. Now this is a good time to double up your reinforced iron plate production. So you're producing a lot more of those, so you can produce more modular frames, so you can also produce more lines and all of that. But one of the things that I do is I try to skip a lot of times. I skip the 120 line and I go right to the 240. Because it produces the 240 way faster than it does produce the reinforced iron plate. So you'll see me just obsolete these. I'll totally obsolete all of these belts, and I will replace them all very, very quickly after this. But let's go ahead and get our vehicle here first and go from there. And again, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here is basically just taking it to another level where I'm kind of pre-building it ahead of time, and then I am then using it in the next stage and the next stage. Normally I skip, and then I get to getting my my iron going and all of that, my dark iron, and then we're rocking and we're rolling. What are we at? We need 8 more? We got 8 more. How many we got? Whoa, and there's the button. Go get it, baby.
Milestone reached. Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts, is now encouraged. Vehicle stations have built-in functionality to refuel and restock or collect parts.
No way it goes. Look out. Don't crash into the thing. We don't want any accidents up in here. Okay. Now, we need more of these suckers right here. Just a little bit more. Not too much more. But I say we go ahead and grab any screws we got in here. And we go to town on it. And we go finish the rest of our stuff over there. Now, one of the things you can do is you can run around and you can collect alternate recipes, which is awesome. I normally don't do it, so anything that I'm doing here on stream, you can do it on console or you can do it on PC. I'm on PC right now, but you can do it anywhere. Anything that I'm doing, you guys can do too, because you may not have the alternate recipe that I have, and so on and so forth. So that's why I don't use them. But I have used them in the past, and I have tried them out. They are awesome, especially for reducing the cost of resources as well. But you'll see I have no problem. Even without using alternate recipes, I'll still dominate the game completely, as I always do. Can't use mods on the experimental version. The mod loader needs to be updated for UA. Oh, yeah, I don't use mods. I wouldn't have used mods on an experimental version anyway, because the whole point of playing an experimental version is so you can give them feedback on what's broken. And you wouldn't really know if you put mods in there. And the same thing with 7 Days to Die, right? When they go experimental, they ask people not to put mods in there because they won't know what's wrong, because it might be the mod instead of the actual game, right? So I can understand that logic big time. All right, we're going to make a ton of these reinforced iron plates, and we're going to try to give this a go. I don't think that's going to be enough. That is definitely not enough. All right, let's make a bunch of screws too. Screw it. I think it's a good time to take a quick break. Let's let them screws pop off over there. In fact, let's make even more screws. Hold on. Let's get really obscene over here. Let's go ahead and grab some more screws from up here. And see, this is what I do, everybody. I go make a sandwich. I go do something else. I come back. Bada bing, bada boom. You got 5,000 screws. All right, so we're going to let those screws run. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick AFK break, and then I shall be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. So I ran over and got some plates so I could see how many reinforced iron plates I'm going to make there. So we'll go ahead and let those run for a little bit as well. And once we get ourselves all these plates done, we'll be ready to rack. Hopefully we make it. We'll see. We just got to get it to go down a little bit and then get to that second extractor. We can run 60 coal up here. Eventually, though, what that's going to allow us to do is get to the next stage where we can upgrade all of our stuff, which means that we're going to be running 120, 120, and 120 down the line. And we already got that set up already, so we can run that down the line. Now, eventually, when we can do 240, we can combine those two into a single line and then just update that whole entire line. And then also, by the way, we could also take this vehicle that we just made, and we could have the vehicle drive over there, pick it up, bring it back, drive it over, pick it up, and do that. I find that to be useless, everybody. If you could just run a belt out there, the belt never stops, it never gets stuck, it never needs fuel, it doesn't even use power. So that's the most efficient thing to do. Even if it's really far away, the most efficient thing is the thing that doesn't take any power or doesn't take any fuel. At least that's what I think. That's me. I'm old school. But it is fun to do the vehicles, though. It is cool to watch them drive back and forth. That part is neato. And I guess the larger vehicles, if you had enough of them running, they could go faster than the actual belts could go. But then you could just run more belts. I don't know. That's just me and my crazy thoughts. It makes them kind of obsolete. Now, trains go really fast, so trains are very useful. But I feel like the cars a lot less so. But we're definitely going to try out all the cars in this playthrough to see how, because they changed all the driving on them, so they drive a little better. I still don't like the way the cart goes like this when it's going up the foundations, up a ramp. I really hate that. I really feel like they should fix that. I mean, they kind of made it a little better, but it was doing like little wheelies when I was going up the thing. It used to just go straight up the side of that thing, and it was fine. I don't know why they changed it. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. All right, now sometimes it's worth just taking a minute and stocking up. All right, thoroughly stocked up. Now, while we were doing that, it was also making us more stuff over here, including more screws, and it was also making us more plates. Boom. All right, we'll take those, we'll get on our vehicle, and we'll try to get that other coal over here so we can make some more stuff. Let's go. Be nice if they had a first person for this driving. That would be awesome. I think they do have a thing. Is this game changed from third person to first person? I think they do, now that I think about it. I play so many games I forget which one has third person and first person or whatnot. I think there's something that changes your perspective. Oh, it's when you get in the hypertubes. When you get in the hypertubes, it changes to that. Because most of the time you're first person, and then when you get in the hypertubes or you get in your vehicle, it goes third person. That's what I was trying to think of. All right, we're tooling out here where we got our coal going on. And all we got to do now is we got our rotors going. We got our modular frames going. We got all of our other stuff going, including our copper sheets, which is very vitally important. And now what we need to do is we need to pick up our cart before we forget. Is finish off this other line that we had to take back out again because we needed some resources. But the cool thing is it already runs all the way back. So all we need to do is get this to go all the way down there. Maybe. Maybe. It's going to be close. Oh, I hate it when the bottom one's in first. Makes it so awkward. They changed the way this thing targets, and I don't know if I like it yet. You definitely got to get used to it. It's going to be real close. 22 there. Glad I didn't just make 50 more. Oh, no, I feel like we're going to make some more here. Yep, definitely making more. Make some more. Do what we gotta do. That's why you bring a lot of resources with you, so you don't end up running all the way back just to get the resources to make it. Kismet, when do you sleep? I sleep right after the stream. Usually between 4, 5, 6 a.m. to about noon. Then or about 11 a.m. For 4 or 5 hours, and then I stream a little bit during the day, then I rest again, and then I stream at night. That's the only way I can do it because I'm older. There's no way that I could just, go 40 hours a day, or how many ever hours are in a day. 24 hours. There we go. Brain finally kicked in. See, look, I've been going only for about almost 5 hours, and I'm already brain's giving out. Let's see. More screws. What do we need? Yep, lots more screws. We're going to scale up our screws big time after this. Oh, to see if it's on asphalt? Oh, I have not tried that yet. That's a good suggestion. 1,000 kiss caps. Boom. There you go. You just earned yourself and everybody in chat 1,000 kiss caps. Everybody just became your best new friend. That's a brilliant idea. I have not tried that yet. I will have to give it a go. We got to make some more plates here, because we are trying to get these plates to get over to the other side. I should have made 200 plates. But the cool thing is, if you notice, the power's not going off. Right? That power is now perpetual. And we've got double the amount of power, almost, that we need to run the entire factory. And then now we can just let it run for hours on end. And that's what we want. We want to make in the 3 other things that we needed to get going. The steel, the plates, or the steel, come on, brain, modular frames, and rotors. I have a sleep apnea and a constantly vertigo and also insomnia, everybody. So it's very hard for me to think because I basically get like 30 minutes of sleep a day. And you're like, well, Kismet, you just said you slept for 5 hours. Yes, I can sleep for 5 hours, 10 hours, or 20 hours, and it feels like 30 minutes. And I've been having that problem for 9 years. Imagine only feeling like you got 30 minutes of sleep every single day. Yeah, it's like one of those things you just have to grow used to over time. It sucks. It sucks really bad. I would wish it on no one. On no one for sure. There was a time in which I could sleep like a normal person. I went to sleep, 9, 10 o'clock at night, got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and did that and just worked all day, every day. I just did my thing. But sadly, no longer. Gotta just do the best I can do with what I got now. And I've seen all the doctors and spent tens of thousands of dollars on doctors to tell them, to basically have them tell me, too bad, too sad, there's nothing we can do, lay down and die. And I'm like, hell no. I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. Oh, we should switch this, too. We should switch this to the other side. We're going to switch this. We're going to switch this way. There we go. The cool thing is this is probably backlogged a bunch of stuff because it's been running. Yeah, it's backlogged like 100 coal, and so it's going to fire that 100 coal out at maximum speed. Now, there's going to be a little gap there, so we might have trouble with power, but I left some extra in there in case we needed to do that, see? That's why you leave that little bit of extra in case you have a little bit of gap. That's also why you want to run it as fast as you possibly can. Oh, God, we're going to need... How much are we going to need here? I don't even have enough to do one. Yeah, that's why you want to let that run as fast as you can. Yeah, we're going to need like 100. And see, this is why I usually skip this, everybody. That's why I usually skip this, because this is just It takes so long to make the reinforced iron plates, whether you're making them or you set the production for it. And I could double it up and triple it up. But I can tell you, all of this reinforced iron plate is going to be obsolete. Once I get this coal on that line, that's it. Then I'm just going to start making reinforced... going to make steel pipes and steel beams. And those beams are going to allow me to basically build 270 speed. And then I'll just go through and upgrade it. And I will make a ton of steel beams way faster than I could ever make. And for less power, by the way, than reinforced iron plates. Absolutely. I'll make an absolute ton of them. But for now, we're going to have to suffer a little bit. And that's why I normally don't, again, that's why I normally don't do this in the early game. Because it's just annoying. I could just run it at 60 and it would be just fine. Because actually it's only 60 coming out of there anyway. But I'm going to upgrade that eventually to a to double it, and then it'll be at 120, and then I'll already have the belts, and I won't have to come back and redo all the belts for right now. But let's just go ahead and run it as far as we can here. We should be running it straight toward the thing there for less things. Oh, I kind of already am. And then put that up. Take that out. Don't need it over there anymore. And we'll move it over this way. Make some more screws. And we're going to run out of plates, too. Now, the cool thing about this area is there's also limestone, and also, I believe there's also iron over here. Yep. So there's iron over here. So if we needed to go and get some iron so we could make more plates and stuff like that, you can do all that production right here. This is also another fantastic place to start because it has a bunch of your base resources and then tons of coal. And then you've got lots of water, so you can draw from the water. So another great, fantastic place. I like to be out on the big water out there because there's oil in that direction too. So that's why I like to be out there. But this is also another great way of doing it, for sure. All right, let's see. How many more can we get? About 20, huh? Gonna be close. Now, I can also run up there and take off that third line a little bit. I could have done that on the way over, but I just want to leave it where it's at for right now. And we'll just make this work. Because we just got to get this coal to go down that line. And then when I come and upgrade it, it'll already be 120, so it'll run at that faster speed. And then I can bring in that third line and just connect, take this one, and instead of connecting it to the second line or merging the second line, I can run it to the third line. And the whole entire thing will already be 120, so I can run all of it 120 at the end and then merge it together into a box or switch it into different areas without having to re-upgrade all the lines. So it just saves you time in the next stage. But it costs you time in this stage. Look at that. So close, everybody. So close. So close over there. All right, a little bit more. We got this. Gonna be worth it. Let's say 10 more. Now again, I could have just AFK'd, come back in an hour. I'd have a ton of them. But we're just trying to finish this here on this stream so we can get this stuff started up. And even if it's going slow, I can just let it run all night long. When I get up in the morning, all the boxes will be filled. For sure. You let it run for 10, 12, 15 hours, whatever run. And I'm going to stream again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to play some more Satisfactory after the One Last Wave stuff. So we're going to give an update, one last update on One Last Wave. On what I did, when I went surfing in Hawaii, by the way. Oh, the bell's too long. Oh, hold on. Oh, I needed those anyway, because that's... Oh, man, with one left over. Woo, mama. That's good stuff. All right. Now, even though this is a 120 belt, over here, you can see it's coming out pretty fast now. But I can tell you it's a 60, because I know all of these nodes are normal nodes. There are some pure nodes around for coal, but I'll just tap into these and it'll be just fine. Right there. Now, one of the funny things is actually if you use a pure node, and you overclock it, it actually, especially when you're in tier 3, when you're in tier 3 extractors, it actually makes too much. It actually makes more coal than you can actually extract out of there, even if you had the best stuff in the game. You unlock everything in the game, it will actually produce too much, and you can't actually get that extra out of there. So actually, normal nodes in the long run, if you think about it, are actually a great investment, because you can upgrade those, and then they will produce the exact amount of that top belt that you run. So yeah, so in that case, it actually comes out to a good investment. But early on, the pure nodes are better, because you just, you don't have to do as many nodes, you don't have to do as much splits, many run lines, and all of that to get that going. Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, I ran into the wrong one. Little Kismet fail there. All right, come on. I can see it over there, because I saw it stop up there. That's how I know it was something's wrong, is because the thing was not moving. Great visual clues in this game. That you screwed up. Big time. All right, there we go. We got all of our stuff popping and locking over there. Let's do this. Look at that mergey merge going on over here. Big time merging. And that one over there is a normal. These are all normals. Okay, so now, in theory, yep, look at it go. We've got that coal popping out. And it's going to eventually end up all the way on the end. By the way, even if I lost power here, all that coal that's on the thing would still go all the way down. And so I'm just going to run up it and make sure that all of this stuff... I'm just hitting C to go underneath, crouch underneath that thing. Also, it makes me run faster when I'm going up the belt, so I'm not running on the regular thing. It's not as fast as your vehicle, but it does tell me that, yes, it's all connected. And when you're on a flat surface, you slide, which is cool. Holding down shift as well. This is how we used to get around in the old days, before they had hypertubes. All right, good enough. We know it's connected. All right, we're GG out of here. Oh, I got another hand slot. I forgot. Now, we got some stuff to do on the other end. And then we can let this run. And this is what I do, everybody. I do like stage 1, let it run. Stage 2, which I'm in right now, let that run. Stage 3, let that run. Because you can try, and I've done it many times, where I've played through at the moment and not let it run on the side. And it's quite the struggle. Like you saw there, where I have to stop and make the stuff and stop and make the stuff. There's really no reason to do that, because you can just come back to it, right? If you're in a hurry, then you want to do it in the moment. And I could take the time again, since I have so much power, I could take the time and double everything up. But I can tell you, I'm going to tear all this down. I'm going to tear all that down and redo it. Big time. Whoa! Wee! Bodoink! Bodoink! Nailed it. Nailed it for sure. Try to take a shortcut. Come on, you crazy little thing. Do your thing. Whoop, whoop. There you go. All right, so all the way on the other side here, we're going to get some coal. Right over here. Now I'm going to go right out here, and I'm going to go ahead and use these smaller foundations. There we go. And I'm going to take out these foundations over here and use the smaller ones. Oh, wait, no, that's in the ground there. So let's keep mobs from spawning under there by doing that. There we go. And then we'll do this. And then we got some stuff to do over here. Let's get this stuff popping and locking. Now my goal is to just go a little bit faster here and not really worry about making more plates or making more rods or doubling all that stuff up right now. What I want to do is get to the point in which I can do the faster belts and do the faster extractors. So it's going to extract double, right? So once it extracts double, well, boom, I could double up my coal extraction, which is going to basically not only double my power, but it will quadruple my power, everybody. Because you got to think that I'm going to double up one node and then double up another node and double up another node. So it's really double, but really quadruple the amount of coal and stuff I can put down. So you'll see how it goes when we hit that. But right now, what we want to do is we want to tap into the second line that's coming down. We're going to take this one out, and we're going to take this one out, and we're going to tap into this second line, and we're going to run it this way. And we're going to utilize it right over here. And we'll rework all this stuff later on. But right now, we want that to come down. And when that's done there, we want it to start backlogging Ooh, all right, let's lift that up just a little bit. I don't like the way that's going into the wall. There we go. And so it'll start backlogging that coal while I'm working on the production. Now I can tell you it's not here yet, everybody. It's got a ways to go. You can see it's got a long way to go before it gets over here. So while we're doing that, now what we want to do is think about what's our next step, right? We want to go ahead and get a smelter, right? Throw a smelter down so we can smelt down the stuff. Nope, there's no steel in there. That's not the right smelter. We take that out. What we want to do is get a different smelter that makes that work, right? So while we're waiting for that to come down and we're backlogging those resources, we need to get to our next stage over here that allows us to do basic steel production. Now, to do basic steel production, guess what we need? That's right, more rotors and more modular frames. We have plenty of wire. In fact, we have so much wire, our wire line is shut down. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of that out of there. And make sure that our wire still is running over here. Oh, wait, we got it going to cable. Oh, we got to divert it. Yes, let's divert this. That's why that shut down. Let's divert that and run that back. It's what I call retooling your factory. Run that in there. Now it's going to run out all the excess. There we go. All right, let's keep that rocking. Because our thing is full, so it's fine. So we took a bunch of that out of there so that we don't have to count it onesie-twosies. And then we're just going to go in here and just drop an absolute ton of this in here. Boom. Just like that, concrete, whatever we got in there, looking good. Now see, I don't even count it. I just take it all out, put it back in, and there we go. We got plenty. Oop, might want to take out a little bit for me too. There we go. And then what we need is we need rotors and we need wires. Now, while we were busy doing other things, it made 121 rotors, everybody. And that's the power of automating that sucker. So it's doing the work, and it made 62 modular frames. So while we were busy doing something else, it was multitasking, doing the very thing that we needed it to do while we were busy doing other things. So let's go ahead and put those in there, looking pretty close. Now, we're so close on those rotors right over there that I kind of feel like we'll just go ahead and do the same thing again and make some more rotors, right? But we need more screws. But of course, while we were gone, it was also making us a bunch more screws. So we can just take the screws out and just go straight to making the rotors. And we need about 26 rotors. And we can make 16. So we'll go ahead and start with those. We're very close. We just got to unlock our steel production. And again, it's since I'm basically doing it in the moment and not waiting for it to backlog, you have to do a lot of this where you stop and run it. And this is totally a great way of playing the game, especially when you're playing it first. But I suggest, again, doing it in stages and letting it run, doing it in stages, letting it run. That's a lot of fun, too. How many more do I need here? Hold on, let's just put these in here so I know. All right, 10 more. 10 more is what we need. Let's go. Oh, can't make any more. We need to get more plates over here. Dang, we need to make some more plates too. We need to make some more plates. What else we need? More screws. Just saw my plates were running low in there. I always like to have a lot of concrete and a lot of plates on me because if I need to make foundations or whatever, I'm able to do that. So if I see it getting low, I will divert over there. And again, this is going to obsolete all of our 120 lines. Pretty excited about it. Pretty excited about it. And again, we'll let this run, and then we'll be in stage 3, where we really start to scale up, and we're going to scale up our power and scale up our extractions. And then we're just going to make lines and lines and lines of stuff that's going to produce resources. So it's going to be pretty fun. Pretty fun stuff.
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to new, simple steel parts. An additional project part can now be constructed. Progress to the next phase is now possible.
Now, also, you can see that versatile framework, which is part of our space elevator that we need to unlock to do that as well. But I don't worry about that right now. Then we also have automated wiring, which is another thing I don't worry about. That's why I didn't try to do any production on that, because we haven't unlocked that stuff. We definitely want to unlock the Mark II miner. That's like, you got a beeline to that sucker. Hypertubes as well, incredibly useful, but really I would go logistics first before hypertubes. But we're going to be able to do both of them eventually. We definitely want to get encased industrial beams going in the long run. But right now, we just need basic steel production. That's what we do. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. Now again, there's that stuff coming through. There it is. So that's about 60 coming in right there. Now, we got a new thing called a foundry. And we're going to just keep making more and more of these rotors until we run out. In fact, we'll run back a little bit here and see if we've got any that were made. So we don't have to make them. Get rid of, oh yeah, 17 of those. And some of those modular frames. What else are we running low of? Any screws too would be nice. Got a little bit of that. And again, we're going to scale that up where we don't have that problem. We're going to, in fact, have double boxes full of all that stuff very, very quickly. Okie dokie. So, foundry, here we go. Let's just put it, let's put it forward a little bit. Right there. So the first thing is obviously going to need coal. So we'll throw some coal in there. We'll tell it to do steel ignits. Now what it's going to do, it's going to need iron and coal, right? So it needs 45 per minute. Right now I've got 60 going in there. Here's a smart idea. Double it up even though it's not at full production. And the reason why you want to do that is so that you are using every bit of that coal. And thus you're squeezing out a little bit extra. It's going to cost you more resources up front because you're going to need, more rotors and whatnot up front to do it. But it's totally worth it, everybody. And then you can underclock it. Which means it's not using as much power. So we're going to do that here like this. Right there. And then we're going to go ahead and think about where we can get our iron. Now, just so happens, if I hold down my button and we go like this, way over that way, there's another iron node that I haven't even used yet. And it's a pure node. And we're going to go tap that and we're going to run that over here. So we're going to want another box. Let's go ahead and close that over. We're going to want another box on this side, which is all about that iron. So let's take a quick moment and go get that iron queued up. Ping it again. Where is it? It's right here. Huh. Oh, you can't see it, but it's right there. Weird. Yeah, it doesn't have the stuff it normally does over the top. I forgot that was a thing. No worries, we got this. Make ourselves another miner. Yeah, it's like it doesn't show like a normal node. But who cares? As long as it extracts the stuff, that's what we care about, right? Now we got to get that stuff to go up there. Actually, let's turn this way. Ooh, she's a finicky girl. Rotate, now that we got it locked in. There we go. Oh, God, do we need more of these things. Again, this is what makes it so difficult. Is the fact that you're not producing that at a high enough rate. You're just not doing it at the beginning of the game. Bring my vehicle? Forgot again. Don't forget your vehicle like me, like Kismet does. I keep forgetting it. Now we could definitely use some more of these too. Oh, there's 133 there. All right. Get my vehicle before I forget again. Should always pick it up when you're done driving it around. In fact, you should probably have a couple of them laying around on your base. Got our copper coming through there. Put that back in there. Maybe. A lot of times I'll put it at the ground level just so I can see it's working. Highly recommend that at the beginning of the game. Put it at a lower level so you can see that it's actually running and working, because I haven't connected the power yet. But if you don't see anything going in there, or that you see the belt stopped, you see the stuff on the belt has stopped, something's wrong. Something needs to be worked on. Tie that right over there. I should have done that right when I put it down, by the way. I should have tied it into power right away, because it takes time for it to spin up. It could have been backlogging resources while I was running it. But that's okay. We'll have plenty. It's going to be producing 120 out straight from the beginning. And again, that's a lot of extra work to set up that whole production of the reinforced iron plates. But that's okay. We'll make it work. All right. So we'll say this one is... Or actually, we can just do this. We're just going to do this. And then we'll do this. We'll split that. Do this. Run that in there. And then we're going to run... that was just there to help me line it up. Then we got a nice 90-degree coming in, going right in there. And then I'm just going to split it on this side. Now, this isn't the best way of doing this, but sometimes I just feel like going old school. Move that back by 2 and then go like that. This is the way we used to do it back in the old days, because we didn't figure out the inline running, where you put a bunch of these in every single input or output, and then you just let it run down the line. Here, this is kind of like splitting, but it's not even center splitting. You should really split it in the center so it's equally going to both sides. But this is very unequal, because it's going to go in the main one usually first and start to backlog in that one first. But let's go ahead and run some power so I can start backlogging a bunch of stuff in there. Let's run it over here on the edge so we can tie it into one of our power lines down here. Where's our power line? Over there. There we go. Run this across. Yeah, let's say there. Let me get this other one going. You need to tell this what to be. Steel. It's the only thing it really does, so I don't even know why you need to tell it. Maybe one day they'll give us something else in there. But there we go. So now it's already making steel ingots, just like that. Boom, up and running. Now we need to go from steel, and we need to go ahead and figure out how much we're producing. So basically, it's bringing in 60 and 120 on the other one, right? So really, I got to go to the lowest common denominator. So half of 60 is 30. So I'm going to tell it to cut down to 30. You know what it doesn't do? It doesn't hit... Oh, you got to hit escape twice to get out of there. I see. And then cut this one down to 30. And again, it's going to cut my power down from 16 to 9. Yeah, see? Oh, I got to take the cursor out of there. That's why. Because normally you hit escape to get out of there. It wasn't working. All right, so this is basically going to be bringing 30 in and 30 out. It's going to do a total of 60. So now when we go to do our constructors, by the way, not assemblers, constructors, to get this going, there they are. Then we're going to go ahead and feed some of this right into here. Now, you're going to see we got our 2 new things, steel beams, which use 60 each, which is basically as much as I've got. But I don't need to run it at full speed because I'm going to let it run for a while. But I also want to create some steel pipes, which runs at half speed, right? So what I can do is just say, you know what, give me a whole bunch of steel pipes, And then just give me about half the amount of steel beams, which is about 7.5 per minute. This one's going to be 20 per minute. But these steel pipes are going to get done pretty quickly. So if it finishes with the steel pipes, I do want it to divert from here and go over to this one and create a little cross thing here, right? So then this is going to go at half speed because it's going to split it in half. So really this is going to go at 75% of the speed. This is going to go at half speed. And then eventually this one's going to fill up first, as it always does. And then it can then switch over to this one and then finish that off when at full speed at the end. I know that seems like a lot of stuff there, but that's basically how it works. You basically just created a crossover so that out of iron plates again. So that you don't have to come back later and switch it around and change it to do one thing or another. You can just have that cross connection, and it saves you lots of time. More screws. God, I'm going to make an absolute ton of screws after this. I'm going to get all this going, and we're going to make some serious screws there, everybody. Let's do it. Alright, I only think I need a couple rotors there. I'm going to let them rotors run, too. Oh, wait, I didn't need rotors. I need the other thing. I need reinforced iron plates. What am I doing? What am I doing over here? Oh, I need 2 more. Next time we come back, everybody, we're going to have so many reinforced iron plates and so many copper sheets and so many of all the stuff. It's going to be awesome. Gonna be awesome. How are we doing on time? Oh, my God. Running over yet again. But we're almost done. We're almost there. We just got to get a little bit of this stuff running. Right from there into there. All right. What do we got? We need some power here. Let's go ahead and tie in the power. And again, we're not worried about our power because we added a ton of power. So we're going to connect that right there. Connect that right there. Take this. Connect that to the outside pole. And see, it's already backlogged some of it too. So it's already going. Now, sometimes you might want to backlog your steel ignits as well if you had an input that was faster than what your output is. But mine's not. Mine's 60. In fact, my output is actually slower than my max output. So I'm going to need a lot more coal to make this work. But I can double up my coal, and thus I will then be matching my iron, right? Except for I'm going to be doubling my iron too. So my iron will be 240 and my coal will be 120. But I'll take that extra iron and I will offload that and probably make plates or something with it separate. But there we go. So that's all rocking and rolling. Going at its max speed, using the minimum amount of power, and pumping out them steel beams at 15 per minute. Now that we're getting those steel beams going, we can just let that run to our heart's content. Over there. So we're going to let that run. And let's see, what other things that we needed to get going? Well, let's double check our upgrades here. All right, what do we need? We need all of that stuff, which we got running. We got all this stuff running. Nice. Hypertubes, good. Encased industrial beams. What do we need for encased industrial beams? Here's what you can do. Just hit O, and we'll pull up here, and then you can start typing. Nope. You have to actually click in there. I don't know why it doesn't just automatically put you in there, so you can do that. There's another thing that I would love for them to fix. Encased beams. No, it's, what is it called? God, it just went right out of my head. What is that thing called? Yeah, encased industrial beam. Opening codex. You can just click on it right there, too. Okay, encased industrial beam, I don't have the recipe for that yet. So what I need is I need to get this unlocked. So I need 200 rotors and I need 200 steel pipes. So that is going to be next time because we're going to let this run. So we come back, we got 200 rotors and we got 200 pipes. Now we could go over here and look and see how many rotors we have. Doubt we have 200. Though it's probably getting up there. That's 53. But now what I'm going to do is let this run. I'll let it run, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours or however long. Maybe I'll let it run all night long and just get up in the morning and see how it goes. But now's a great time to just let it run. Now, here's another thing I would do. The thing that you need the most out of everything in here, you need like one thing of steel beams, but you need a whole bunch of this because I'm going to be replacing all of the lines with these 240 lines. So here's a little trick. do this. Or I can do it down below. Normally I put it up above, but I'm going to just put it down below. Put yourself some extra boxes. And it may or may not get it done in time, and that's okay. If it doesn't get it done by the time you come back and you're ready to rock on it, that's fine. But if it does, then you got 1, 2, 3 boxes full of that stuff. I would definitely do as much as you can on that for sure. Of all the ones you want to double up on, it's those and it's screws. You definitely want to have a lot of all of that if you're going to let it run for a long time. And so we'll run that there. And we'll run that there. There we go. Perfect. And now it's going to fill up 3 boxes of those, and then we'll be able to just build a crazy ton of stuff and do tons of upgrades and all of that. And that's what we want. Maybe a little bit more of these too. What the heck? We're at it. Let's do it. And again, I feel like even if I let it run all night long, it might still not get it done in time. But you know what? We'll do some more reinforced iron plates just to put the 120s in there. See how we do. I haven't made so many encased industrial beans in a really long time. That's a lot of them. Normally, again, I just skip them. Up. Don't like that. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so that's going to fill up 3 of those and 2 of these. When this fills up, which this is going to usually fill up first because this goes way faster normally over here because this is producing 20 of them. And this one's producing 15. But they're really going to be producing about 15 each. But when this one fills, it'll start to backlog, it'll stop, and then all of the resources will then divert over here, and then this will be going at full speed, and that'll give us 3 boxes of those. We can let that run. Now, one of my favorite things to do is after you've been a hard day's work here, you can go ahead and take a look at all your hard work here by going up on your little thing here and say, dang, I did a lot of work today. Look at all that stuff we got popping. Not bad, not bad. I love to watch the lines run. It's pretty cool. We can't quite see our stuff down there from here. Hold on. Whoa! Oh, damaging fixing property. Don't tell anybody. I won't get in trouble with the home office. Now let's go over here. This is the only thing I ever use this tower for. You can also use it for building, but there we go. All of them popping off. We got our water going. We got our perpetual power going. And we got all of our stuff going over here, including our space elevator. Yeah, that's a good shot. Good shot with all of our stuff going. Now, again, we have double the power, so we could make this twice as big. All of this, make it twice as big if we wanted to. But before you do that, you really want to make sure that you have enough room to expand. Especially if you expand outwards into the water or expand vertically up. Be thinking about that expansion because it'll come back to bite you later when you're jamming it all together like this. You'll see I'll go in and I'll make it so I can just constantly add more and more and then run more lines and add more and more and more down the line. It makes it way easier to manage your base, absolutely. And then I'll probably put them off in this direction because there's really nothing out there other than water. And then I'll just have line after production line and just route all my lines that way. And in fact, I could actually route it underneath, which I will do eventually. I will go ahead and run all the lines underneath, and then on the top, you'll just see the machines where I can go ahead and micromanage the machines, add more machines, run more up if I need to. Very, very cool. It's called an underrun or a sandwich level. Works pretty great. Okay, good time to save. Right over here, crushing it. Let's confirm that. Good. Get one last sneeze in. Let's go to Love Train. There we go. Sorry. By the way, the dance party only works on the stream avatars that are down below the thing. That's what I was talking about. Those little stream avatars that show up, they only show up during the day on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays at 1 p.m. That's what does that dance party and all that other stuff. So don't waste your Tycoon caps on that. I'm just going to let this run. I'm going to let this run maybe all night long. We'll get up tomorrow, and then we'll see how we're done, how much stuff we've collected, and whatnot. Now, thanks to all the awesome patrons right down there, keeping this stream going, all the people over here hitting that follow button. Thanks for all the raids. Thanks for all the sub love as well to everybody coming up right here. Now, if you guys want to see my schedule, I go ahead and pull that down right over there. I'm going to be back later today, Friday, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be going over the One Last Wave project where I gathered together my 3 daughters. I traveled all the way to L.A. and then to Hawaii to the North Shore, which is the mecca for surfing. And my daughters learned how to surf along with this old guy who went out and surfed again, who was never a great surfer anyway. Never a great surfer, but I did get up on the surfboard, which you can see in that picture right there. I did get all the way up, and I was standing there for at least 3 seconds, and then I fell off. But that's just the way it goes. And we're also, after we go over some of those pictures, some of the additional pictures and additional videos from that project, then we're going to go back and we're going to check more on Satisfactory Update 8. And we're going to play that, I don't know how long until we feel like stopping. And then on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hanging out with my 7 Days to Die crew, the Teamwork Tycoons, playing some Alpha 21 Stable on our mega server. Oh, so fun, everybody. So incredibly fun. So we're going to get to that the rest of the week. Now, again, you can't help out the stream. Very quickly, go over to youtube.com/KismetBP and hit that subscribe. Pop on over to twitter.com/KismetBP and hit that follow. Now, I also stream on YouTube on Sunday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We play some Fallout 4. We're doing a mega run number 10. So if any ones you want to watch, that's the one you want to watch, everybody. That's a big run. We're absolutely crushing that game, too. So feel free to check that out. Also, feel free to go to the Discord and over to the website. And of course, most especially, pop on over to Patreon, patreon.com/Kismet. Every single tier gets early access to all my videos. They get ad-free video guides and highlights, as well as behind-the-scenes stuff from my stream. Plus, you get your name at the end of every video and every stream, or at the end of, every stream and every video as they roll out. Of course, remember that my videos are offset, so your name might not show up for a little while, but on videos anyway, but you'll see it right here on stream. Once you're a Patreon for a month. And if you continue to be a Patreon, I'll keep your name down there as well. As long as you're a Patreon, I'll leave it in there. All right. And that's for all tiers, by the way, everybody. So I appreciate any support at all, even if it's $5 or more. I appreciate any and all support here in the stream. And that's it for me, everybody. We're going to go ahead and roll out the Kismet Love Train. You can see a bunch of my characters roll out here. And then I shall be back again tonight, this afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Night, kids. Night, everybody. Night, Ebs. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. Press the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet Love Train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriptlin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.